For the budget briefing of the DBCC. We'd like to acknowledge our colleagues present, led by our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lloyd Legarda, former chair of the Finance Committee. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you.
We also have with us Senior Vice Chair Pia Cayetano, Senator Pia Cayetano. Good morning. Senator Cynthia Villar, Vice Chair. Senator Nancy Binay, Vice Chair. Senator Bato de la Rosa, Vice Chair. Senator J.V. Ejercito, Vice Chair. Good morning, Your Honors. We'd like to greet our guests and resource persons present. We have Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Hubert Dominic Guevara. Morning, sir. Deputy Executive Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Amante Liberato. Morning. For the Department of Finance, Secretary Ben Diokno. Good morning, sir. Yusek Shelo Magno. Asek Carlo Adriano. Yusek Catherine Fong. Yusek Maria Lualhati. Dorotan Chuseco. Asek Juvie Danofrata. Asek Dakila Napao. From the Bureau of Treasury, National Treasurer Rosalia De Leon. Deputy National Treasurer Sharon Almanza. From the BIR, Deputy Commissioner Maridur Rosario. Deputy Commissioner Teresita Angeles. Assistant Commissioner Marietta Lorenzo. From the Bureau of Customs, we have Commissioner Benvenido Rubio. Morning. National Tax Research Center, Executive Director Marlene Lucero Calubag. From the DBM, Secretary Pangandaman is on the way. She came from a meeting with the President, as did Sec Jokno. Yusek Janet Abuel. Morning. Yusek Maria Francesca Del Rosario. Asek Gerardo Maula. Undersecretary Wilford Wong. Assistant Secretary Rolando Toledo. Executive Director of the GPPB, or the Government Procurement Policy Board, Rowena Ruiz. From the Procurement Service, Executive Director Dennis Santiago. From the Organization and Systems Improvement Group, Clarito Alejandro Magsino. ASEC for the Supervision of Systems Productivity and Improvement Bureau. For the NEDA, our National Economic Development Authority, Secretary Balisacan is also on his way. We have USEC Rose Edilion, ASEC Sara Docanes, ASEC Jonathan Uy, ASEC Greg Pineda, USEC Melbourne Pana, Deputy National Statistician Fred Soliesta for the Philippine Statistics Authority, and for the PPP Center, Deputy Executive Directors Jeffrey Manalo and Eleazar Ricote. For the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we have Governor Eli Remolona Jr. Morning, sir. Together with Deputy Governor Dakila, Senior Assistant Governor Elmore Capule, Assistant Governor Lynn Javier, Managing Director Laila Rivera, Attorney Sharina De Veriap, Marian Santos, Deputy Director, and Charity Malto, Chief Investment Analytics Officer for Financial Markets. Did I miss anyone? Yeah. We'd like to recognize colleagues who also came in. Our vice chairs, one of our senior vice chairs, Senator Amy Marcos. Morning, ma'am. Senator Win Gatchalian is also here. Yeah. Online? Are we allowed online? Yeah. I'm told Senator Alan Cayetano is also online, but I'm checking if that's allowed because we passed a regulation for online. No, thank you. So let's. I think the tradition is really to let the resource persons give their presentations and opening statements. I would also like to acknowledge our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Morning, sir. So if we, who will go first? Senator Sec Ben, Yusek Janet on behalf of the DBM, which chairs the DBCC. Yes, go ahead, Yusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Your Honor,
Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt you, Sec. Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I failed to recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to
Thank you,
that
thank
I'm
you.
present.
Thank you for calling our attention.
Thank
Pasensya na
you.
po.
It's okay.
Go ahead, Yusek Janet. Thank you. Pasensya na, Sen. Risa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Your Honors, Committee on Finance Chairperson Senator Juan Edgardo Sani Angara, Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren B. Legarda, and other honorable members of the committee. Magandang umaga po sa inyo. Our DBM Secretary Amena F. Pangandaman, was tasked to make a presentation in a meeting with the President this morning, but she is already on her way, almost here pa po. But with the indulgence of the committee, in the interest of time, she kindly requests if I may be allowed to read the opening statement.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. On behalf of the Development Budget Coordination Committee, I wish to thank you for giving us this opportunity to present the FY 2024 National Expenditure Program. With the indulgence of the Chair and this committee, the DBCC members wish to make the presentations in this order. First, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Governor Eli M. Remolona Jr. will present developments in the monetary, financial, and external sectors, as well as the near-term macroeconomic assumptions. National Economic and Development Authority Secretary Arsenio M. Balisacan will provide an overview of the Philippines' economic performance, growth outlook, and priorities under the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028. Department of Finance Secretary Benjamin E. Jokno will provide an overview of the administration's medium-term fiscal program, revenue collection performance, as well as...
I just want to acknowledge the arrival of your Secretary Amina Pangandaman. Yeah, he's on. I think Secretary Balisacan is also on his way. Yeah, from a meeting with the President. Yeah, go ahead, Yusek.
Okay. Department of Finance Secretary Benjamin E. Diokno will provide an overview of the administration's medium-term fiscal program, revenue collection performance, as well as legislative measures and reform to improve collection efficiency. And finally, the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, Secretary Mina, will present an overview of the FY 2024 NEP, including the budget's dimensions and our priority expenditures. The proposed FY 2024 national budget amounts to 5.768 trillion, higher by 9.5% than this year's national budget. It is the first budget to be fully prepared under the administration of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Anchored on the theme Agenda for Prosperity, Securing a Future-Proof and Sustainable Economy, the proposed national budget will continue to prioritize expenditures based on the administration's 8-point socio-economic agenda and will cater to the objectives of the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. Once again, thank you, the Honorable Committee, and at this point, may we respectfully request that BSP Governor Remolano be recognized to make his presentation.
Yes, thank you, Yusek. Governor Remolan, go ahead, please. Remolona.
Committee Chair Sandy Angara, members of the Senate Committee on Finance, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po. It is my privilege to present the macroeconomic assumptions behind the proposed national government budget for the fiscal year 2024, along with our assessment of the monetary and external sectors. If we go to the next slide, I will start by discussing the recent trends in inflation. The blue line in the picture is the inflation rate for headline inflation. This is the part of inflation that is more driven by supply-side factors, and the Bangko Sentral has less control over this part of inflation. The red line is inflation based on the core CPI, which excludes the volatile components of prices, namely food and energy. This is the index that is more subject to monetary policy. As you can see from the peak of 8.7% in January, headline inflation slowed to 4.7% in July. This is due to improving domestic food supply conditions and lower global oil prices. Inflation is now within striking distance of our target range of 2 to 4%. But core inflation has remained high at 6.7%, although it has started to decline. That decline is largely due to tighter monetary policy. So how did we bring inflation down? The BSP responded by aggressively adjusting policy rates. Since May, as you can see from the graph, we have raised policy rates by a total of 425 basis points. The next picture shows a piece of good news. Here we show the trend in inflation expectations. And the picture shows that inflation expectations are well anchored. This is based on our surveys of private sector analysts. The green line shows how inflation expectations about 2023 have evolved. So they basically follow the inflation rate that we have been seeing. The blue line and the red line, these are expectations about future inflation rates. These are the ones.
Beg your pardon, Governor. We just want to acknowledge the head of our chamber, Senate President Miguel Zubiri. Morning, sir. Yeah. Go ahead,
Morning,
Governor.
sir. The blue line is expectations about inflation in 2024. And the red one is about expectations of inflation in 2025. As you can see, they're very well anchored. This is important because when expectations are well anchored, we have to worry less about second round effects. So this makes the job of monetary policy much easier. If we turn to the next chart, this shows how the BSP projects what will happen to inflation over the coming months. If we focus on just the darkest part of the blue graph, you will see that by the end of the year, we expect that inflation will fall to within our target range of 2 to 4%. We do still face upside risks. These include things like additional transport fare hikes, higher wage adjustments, food supply constraints, and of course the El Nino factor. We also recognize that when it comes to inflation, non-monetary measures also play a part. Here I list a few of those measures. In the short term, these strategies include rice buffer stocks and improved water and irrigation systems. We also have importation of key commodities. These are examples of short-term, non-monetary measures. We also have longer-term strategies. We can, for example, strengthen local food systems. We can implement improvements in digital and physical infrastructure. So these are non-monetary measures that help reduce inflation. So that's the picture as it stands. Now we do see some threats to our assumptions. These are mainly external threats. They include a global economic slowdown, and they include financial accidents such as the SVB and Credit Suisse incidents, which thankfully have left us unscathed. Now, our first line of defense is our strong banking system. Our banks remain well capitalized, well managed, and highly liquid. The picture shows blue bars and yellow bars. The blue bars are the international standards. The yellow bars are the actual amounts. On the left, the picture shows capitalization of our banks. As you can see, our banks are capitalized well above international standards. On the right, we see liquidity of banks. And again, our banks are much more liquid than is required by international standards. So that's why we believe our banks are in good shape and able to withstand shocks from abroad. A second line of defense is our external accounts. The biggest inflows, as you know, have been remittances and BPO revenues. We expect both of these to rise further next year. On the right is net foreign direct investments. This has weakened a little bit, and we expect it to stay around the same amount next year. FDI inflows, as you can see from the picture, are much smaller than BPO revenues and much smaller than the remittances. These inflows have contributed to building up our reserves. The picture shows the evolution of our reserves since 2019. We are hovering around $100 billion, and we expect our reserves to stay around this level in 2020, in 2023, and in 2024. So I think we're okay in terms of defending ourselves against external shocks. So having provided the macroeconomic background, here are the assumptions behind the proposed national budget for fiscal year 2024. We assume that headline inflation will remain in our target range of between 2 to 4%. That's the last column in the graph, in the table. We assume that the price of Dubai crude will be within $70 to $90 per barrel. We assume that the exchange rate of the peso will be within 53 and 57 pesos to the dollar. We also assume that the one-year T-bill rate will be between 4 and 5.5%. SOFR, which is the secured overnight financing rate, and the global benchmark short rate in dollars, we think will be between 3.5 and 4.5%. And then we think exports will grow by 6% and imports will grow by 8%. I believe these are all very reasonable assumptions. Amid this backdrop and moving forward, the BSP remains firm in the pursuit of our mandates, our three pillars of price stability, financial stability, efficient payments and settlement systems. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Governor Eli Remolona. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of NEDA Secretary R.C. Balisacan. Morning, sir. Yusek, sinong next? NEDA. Yeah, Sec, RC, thank you. Good morning. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Senate President Vic Subiri, our Honorable Chairperson of the Committee of Finance, Edgardo Angara, our other honorable senators, colleagues in government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please allow me to brief you on the country's economic performance and growth outlook. We'll start with the economy's performance in the first semester. Then we'll present the growth outlook and some measures on how to achieve the targets. And we'll end with a rundown of the priorities for next year. So let me start with the country's recent economic performance. The Philippine economy grew by 6.4% in the first quarter and 4.3% in the second quarter, bringing the 2023 first semester growth to 5.3%. All right. Among major emerging economies in the region that have released their first semester 2023 real GDP growth, the Philippines ranks second to China with 5.4%, but rank higher than Indonesia with 5.1% and Vietnam with 3.7%. Can we have the slides, please? Anyway, yeah. The labor market condition continues to improve as the country's economy recover from the pandemic. Year on year, net employment creation reached 2.3 million. Relative to the same month last year, employment from 6.0% in the same month last year, resulting in 663,000 fewer unemployed. The underemployment rate also fell to 12%. However, the quality of employment remains at 61.9% as of the first semester of 2023, has yet to recover to pre-pandemic level. This is mainly due to the decline in the proportion of workers in the private establishments and expansion of those employment considered vulnerable or unpaid family work, as well as self-employed work. Although the share of middle-skilled workers increased in recent years from 52% in 2019 to 56.7% in the first half of 2023, the share of high-skilled workers has been in a downtrend. We were determined to address the inflation problem, resulting in the easing of both food and non-food inflation. The country's overall inflation has been decelerating since February of 2023, with both food and non-food inflation moderating. The headline inflation declined to 4.7% in July 2023 from 5.4% in June 2023. Inflation of food and non-alcoholic beverages slowed to 6.3% in July 2023 from 6.7% in the previous month, as inflation of major food items eased, with meat recording a deflation. Non-food inflation further eased to 3.3% in July 2023 from 4.1% in June, amid the deceleration of energy prices. While inflation has started to ease, the elevated inflation in the first semester, high at 7.2%, weakened in household consumption was largely due to the deceleration with spending on food and non-alcoholic beverages, as food inflation reached 9% or 9.0% in the first semester of 2023. Government spending declined by 1.4% during the period due to base effects from election-related spending in 2022, fiscal consolidation, as well as underspending in implementing agencies. Meanwhile, the growth in investment slowed down to 5.4% in the first semester of 2023 from 17.4% in comparable semester in 2022 due to significant drawdown in inventories and a weaker growth in consumption, likely due to the higher cost of capital. Growth in net exports posted weaker contraction at minus 2.3% in the first semester of 2023 from a 37.4% decline in the same period last year. On the expenditure side of the economy, household consumption remains to have the most significant or contribution to growth, to have the most contribution to growth at 4.3 percentage points, or about 80% of the observed GDP growth. Let me turn to the production side of the economy. The agriculture sector grew by 1.2% in the first half of 2023, higher than the 0.2% growth in the comparable semester in 2022. The industry sector moderated to 3.0% in S1 2023 from 8.0% in the comparable period in 2022, due to the slower growth in construction and manufacturing, as well as decline in mining. Similarly, the services sector moderated to 7.2% from 8.8% due to the slower growth in wholesale and retail trade and the decline in public administration and services. Among the sectors, the services sector contributed the most to the GDP growth with 4.3 percentage points. This was followed by industry, while agriculture has almost nil contribution. As of the first semester of 2023, most sectors of the economy have already returned to their pre-pandemic levels, except for mining and quarrying, real estate, accommodation and food services, transport and storage, and other services, including arts and entertainment. These lagging sectors account for about 14% of GDP. Given the economic performance for the first half of the year, we now proceed with the outlook for the Philippine economy. The risk that we mentioned, the risk to growth that we took into account last year remain today. The domestic risk include elevated prices due to inadequate food supply and amid typhoons and disasters, the onset of El Nino, which may last until the first quarter of 2024, and the spread of highly infectious animal diseases. As mentioned earlier, limited absorptive capacity of implementing agencies and LGUs pose challenges in assisting vulnerable population segments. External risk include elevated international commodity and input prices, lower global output, and geopolitical and trade tensions. Notwithstanding this risk, we believe the GDP growth targets, that is 6 to 7% in 2023 and 6.5 to 8% in 2024 to 2028, remain achievable. For 2023, we need to grow by 6.6% in the second semester to achieve the year's 6 to 7% growth, or an additional 0.4 percentage point from the baseline forecast of 6.2% for the second semester. First, we need to sustain the downtrend in inflation by intensifying supply-side interventions and demand-side management. Inflation is seen to go back to the 2 to 4 target range in the second semester. If inflation can be lowered further to 3.0% in the second semester, we can pull up growth by an additional 0.1 percentage point for the period. Second, we need to accelerate the execution of government programs and projects, including the delivery of public services, and formulate catch-up plans and missed spending during the first semester. We have met this morning to discuss cuts our plans, and we are quite confident that we will be able to address these issues. We estimate that this cuts up spending for public construction activities may add up to 0.3 percentage point in our economic growth. As well as personal services will increase our growth. Implementing personal services will increase our growth by another 0.5 percentage point in the second semester. And our claim that about 6% is the ratio. How difficult we have set for 2024 and beyond. To boost growth next year, the government will continue to implement the strategies we have set in the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, guided by the President's 8-point socioeconomic agenda. This in turn also guides the allocation of government resources to various programs and projects that will contribute to the attainment of the government's socioeconomic agenda. To strengthen the purchasing power of Filipinos, the government will continue to pursue priority measures, priorities to govern budgets later in Secretary Mina's presentation. To reduce the vulnerability and mitigating the scaring from the COVID-19 pandemic, we will implement programs aimed at addressing learning losses, improving health, and strengthening social protection. Lastly, we will continue to ensure the sound macroeconomic fundamentals through sound fiscal management and enhanced bureaucratic efficiency. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sec. RC. Sec. Ben, go ahead, sir.
Senate President Nick Subiri, morning. Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda, good morning. Chairperson Edgardo Angara Jr., members of the Senate Committee on Finance, fellow workers in government, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to brief the Senate of the Philippines about the national government's fiscal position. But before proceeding, allow me to thank our legislators again for including in the agenda of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means the deliberation of our priority reform measures, such as the excise tax on single-use plastics, Package 4 of the tax reform program, real property valuation reform, VAT on digital service providers, and ease of paying taxes. The 8-point socioeconomic agenda aims to protect purchasing power and mitigate socioeconomic scarring in the near term, and create more and better jobs in the medium term. It is imperative that we ensure sound fiscal management. The Department of Finance and the economic team has put together a medium-term fiscal framework for the end of this administration. The following. Number one, bring down the debt to GDP ratio to less than 60% by 2025. And as of the first semester of 2023, the debt to GDP ratio is at 61%. This is lower than the full year target of 61.2%. Number two, reduce the deficit to GDP ratio to 3% by 2028. As of the first semester of 2023, the deficit to GDP ratio is at 4.8%, and this is lower than the full year target of 6.1%. And number three, maintain high investment in infrastructure at 5 to 6% of GDP annually. As of the first semester of 2023, infrastructure to GDP ratio is at 5.3%, within the target range. Moreover, the economic managers have formulated the medium-term fiscal program in order to support the administration's 8-point socio-economic agenda. The table shows the latest MTFP as of June 9, 2023. The revenue, disbursements, and deficit targets outlined from 2023 to 2028. Total revenue is projected to grow at an average rate of 11.1% annually. Tax revenue, which accounts for around 96% of total revenues, is projected to increase from 3.5 trillion pesos in 2023 to 6.5 trillion pesos in 2028, or from 14.4% of GDP to 16.9% of GDP. On the other hand, non-tax revenue is expected to continue to provide, on average, 4% of the total revenues of the national government. We are on track to meet the MTFP targets. In fact, in 2022, the national government revenue collections increased by 18% year-on-year. In 2022, actual revenue collections exceeded the target of 3.3 trillion pesos by 7.3%, or by 241.4 billion pesos. The better-than-expected revenue outturn was due to, number one, the total lifting of quarantine restrictions that allowed more economic activity from pent-up demand and as people safely returned to work. And number two, the improved tax administration. This is reflected in the higher collections of the BIR on income tax, VAT, documentary stamp tax, and excise tax on alcohol products, and the higher collections of the Bureau of Customs on VAT, excise tax, and import duties. Non-tax revenues also contributed significantly to the overperformance in 2022. The higher-than-program non-tax revenue is primarily driven by the Bureau of Treasury income, with higher remittances of dividends on shares of stocks, income from bond-sinking fund investments, and interest on national government deposits. Similarly, in the first semester of 2023, revenues grew by 7.7%. We also exceeded our revenue target of 1.8 trillion pesos by 2.7%, or by 49.2 billion pesos. This is attributed to higher BOC collections due to higher crude oil price, improved valuation, and the Bureau's digitalization efforts. The overperformance in non-tax revenue is due to higher-than-program BTR income and other non-tax collections. As a percentage of GDP, total revenues and tax and non-tax revenues in 2022 are higher than our medium-term fiscal targets. Revenue as percent of GDP in the first semester of 2023 is 0.54 percentage points lower compared to the same period in 2022. Now, let me explain the lower revenue ratios. These are due to two factors. First, the cash flow impact of the shift in value-added tax payments from monthly to quarterly. And second, the second tranche reduction in personal income tax rates in the amount of 74 billion pesos. However, our revenue to GDP ratio for the first semester of 2023 of 16.2% is above the full year 2023 target of 15.2%. Meanwhile, the tax to GDP ratio for the first semester of the year of 14.4% is on track of meeting the full year target of 14.4%. Now, to fund the deficit and refinance our maturing obligations, the Department of Finance will continue to borrow prudently. We will source 75% of our financing requirement from the domestic market and limit our foreign borrowings to only 25%. The imperative behind this is twofold. First, we aim to limit our foreign exchange risk. And second, we want to foster the development of our local bond market. Of our 2.46 trillion pesos borrowing requirement next year, only 607 billion will be from foreign sources, mostly in the form of official development assistance that bear concessional terms such as very long repayment schedules. The remaining 1.85 trillion pesos will be sourced domestically, including in retail bond format, which targets to provide ordinary Filipinos with a quality investment vehicles to grow their savings. Our actual debt to GDP last year of 60.9% is significantly lower than the 62% assumption under the medium-term fiscal framework. With our deficit program down to 6.1% this year and 5.1% next year, we're confident that we will be able to achieve the medium-term fiscal framework's near-term target of reducing our debt to GDP ratio to below 60% by 2025, if not earlier. Now, the DOF identified legislative priorities to stay on track in achieving our medium-term fiscal framework targets. We will continue to work with Congress in pushing for key reforms crucial to accelerating economic development. And this includes working for the passage of the remaining tax reform packages of the Duterte administration and pushing for the passage of new measures. These include the excise tax on single-use plastics, rationalization of mining fiscal regime, motor vehicle road users tax, excise tax on sweetened beverages and junk foods, tax on pre-mixed alcohol, VAT on digital service providers, carbon taxation, capital market development bill, and the military and uniform personnel pension reform bill. The tax reform measures outlined in this slide are crucial components of the medium-term fiscal framework. These tax revenue measures will enable us to raise additional revenues totaling 120.5 billion pesos or 0.5% of GDP in 2024. This will further increase to 152.2 billion or equivalent to 0.5% of GDP in 2025 with the enactment of the motor vehicles road users tax and further to 183.2 billion pesos or 0.6% of GDP in 2026. While we await the passage into law of the proposed tax reforms, the Department of Finance and its collecting bureaus are aggressively implementing reforms to strengthen tax administration in order to achieve the medium-term fiscal framework targets.
With your permission, Sec, we just want to acknowledge one of our vice chairs, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
The Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs are pursuing tax administration measures to improve collection efficiency. On the part of the BIR, tax administration measures include Run After Tax Evaders program, Oplan Candado, broadening of the tax base, nationwide raid of illicit cigarettes and vapor products, Run After Fake Transactions or RAFT, and the Digital Transformation Roadmap. Now, on the part of the Bureau of Customs, tax administration measures include Customs Modernization Program, Fuel Marking Program, Computer-Aided Risk Management System, and anti-smuggling activities. In closing, allow me to assure you, the honorable members of this chamber, that the Department of Finance and the economic team are working hard in support of the President's agenda of attaining a future-proof and sustainable economy through the 2024 proposed budget. We're looking forward to working closely with you in pursuing appropriate and timely policies to make the country one of the fastest rising economies in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Ben. We'd like to hear from DBM now, Sec Mina.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Committee of Finance Chairperson Senator Juan Edgardo Sani Angara, and Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren B. Regarda, our Vice Chair and members of the committee, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the Department of Budget and Management, allow me to present the proposed national budget for fiscal year 2024. Guided by our medium-term fiscal framework, the proposed national budget will continue to prioritize expenditures based on the administration's 8-point socio-economic agenda and will cater to the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. Anchored on the theme Agenda for Prosperity, Securing a Future-Proof and Sustainable Economy, the proposed national budget for 2024 is set at 5.768 trillion pesos. It is equivalent to 21.7% of GDP and is 9.5% higher than the 5.268 trillion budget of this year. For fiscal year 2024, the DBM received budget proposals totaling to roughly 6 trillion pesos. In evaluating this, we have considered several factors. Due to our limited fiscal space, we optimize the allocation of resources by ensuring that the programs, activities, and projects that will be budgeted are implementation ready and must be delivered and executed in the same year. Aside from clear and comprehensive proposals, agencies must submit all relevant supporting documents. These include feasibility studies, detailed engineering designs, annual procurement plans, agency operational plans, agency sector roadmaps, and network plans, among others. Moreover, we refer to the budget utilization rates of agencies in the past years in evaluating their absorptive capacity. For example, a low budget utilization rate may reflect the agency's limited capacity to utilize additional funds. The proposed PAP should also be aligned with the priorities outlined in the Budget Priorities Framework consistent with the PDP plan. With infrastructure development and digital transformation being priorities of this administration, we also took into account the 3-year rolling infrastructure program and the information system strategic plan in order to build the pipeline of strategies and projects needed to sustain our inclusive economic growth. Now, let me discuss the dimensions of the proposed 2024 budget. By general expense class, maintenance and other operating expenses will cover the bulk of the proposed budget next year at 2.156 trillion pesos or 37.4%. This is mainly composed of the operating requirements of the line departments, particularly the implementation of social programs. This also includes the allocations to local government units and budgetary support to government corporations. Personal services expenditures will get the second biggest share, amounting to 1.695 trillion pesos or 29.4% of the proposed budget. This is higher by 14.7% compared to this year's budget level and will fund the creation of additional positions in various government agencies, compensation and other PS benefits, as well as the pension of retired military and uniformed personnel. Capital outlays, on the other hand, will be provided with 1.246 trillion, representing 21.6% of the proposed national budget. This will support the budgetary requirements of new and ongoing infrastructure projects under the administration's Build Better More program for next year. Meanwhile, financial expenses constitute the smallest share in the fiscal year 2024 NEP, with an allocation of 670.5 billion pesos or equivalent to 11.6% of the proposed budget. This comprises the 670.471 billion interest payments and 62.3 billion financial expenses of line agencies. In terms of recipient units, the national government agencies will be allocated with 3.866 trillion pesos, representing 67% of the proposed budget. This amount will cover requirements of banner programs and priority projects implemented by line departments and agencies. This also includes special purpose funds like Pension and Gratuity Fund, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, the Contingent Fund, among others. Local government units will be provided with 1.008 trillion or equivalent to 17.5% of the proposed budget. This allocation pertains mainly to the statutory shares of LGU from national taxes such as the National Tax Allotment and the BARM Annual Grant, among others. Let me emphasize that the 1.008 trillion allocation to local government units excludes the funds for programs under various NGAs which are intended for implementation across regions nationwide. Meanwhile, the budgetary support to government-owned and controlled corporations composed of subsidy and equity and net lending assistance to government corporations will amount to 222.5 billion or 3.9% of the proposed budget. This includes substantial allocations for the implementation of the National Health Insurance Program, of PhilHealth, and the implementation of the Murang Kuryente Act, among others. Finally, some 670.4 billion will be allocated to countries' creditors as interest payments. By sector, as with previous years, the biggest allocation will be provided to the social services sector, amounting to 2.183 trillion or 37.9% of the proposed national budget. The economic services sector will likewise receive a large chunk of the proposed budget at 1.709 trillion pesos or 29.6%. The prioritization of the social and economic services sector demonstrates the current administration's resolve to reduce poverty, foster infrastructure and human capital development, and steer the country back on a higher growth trajectory. Meanwhile, the general public services sector will be allocated with 893.3 billion pesos with 15.5%, debt burden with 699.2 billion with 12.5%, and defense with 282.7 billion or 4.9%. Of the total 5.768 trillion pesos proposed 2024 budget, 3.630 trillion pesos or 62.9% will be directly allocated to the regions. Of this amount, NCR will be allocated with 854.2 billion or 14.8%, Luzon with 1.342 trillion or 23.3%, Visayas with 604.5 billion or 10.5%, and Mindanao with 829.2 billion or 14.4%. Remaining 37.1% or 2.138 trillion pertains to the non-regionalized budget. This is composed of the nationwide and central office allocations amounting to 1.509 trillion and 629 billion pesos respectively. For the departments with highest allocations, education remains our top priority, covering 16% of the proposed national budget. This increased by 3.3% owing to the higher provisions for the Basic Education Facilities Program, School-Based Feeding Program, as well as the instructional materials and other learning resources. To sustain the Build Better More program, the Department of Transportation will receive 214.3 billion to fulfill the administration's commitment to improving the Philippine public transportation system, including rail transport. The total proposed budget for these top 10 departments is 3.249 trillion pesos or equivalent to 56.3% of the proposed national budget. Now, allow me to highlight the major PEPs in support of the administration's socio-economic agenda in the near term. Food security will remain a government priority. As such, increased funding will be provided for the Department of Agriculture major programs. The budget for the National Rice Program, which was almost doubled in 2023, will further increase to 30.87 billion next year. The program includes 9.55 billion pesos budget for the expansion of fertilizer support to make it more accessible to rice farmers. This will be complemented by the 10 billion Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, half of which will be dedicated to driving farm mechanization pursuant to the Rice Liberalization Act. Higher allocation will also be provided for other agricultural produce such as corn and high-value crops to ensure that all agricultural workers will have the support they need in terms of production. To further enhance productivity and income of the agricultural sector, some 916.02 billion pesos will be provided for the National Soil Health Program to ensure the sustainable use and management of soil resources. Alongside the development of its land-based agri-industries, the government shall also spur the growth of aquaculture through National Fisheries Program. This initiative shall include empowerment of local fisheries in boosting their production and helping country attain food and fish sufficiency. To reinforce productivity, the government will also invest in agricultural support services like irrigation with 31.18 billion and construction, rehabilitation, and improvement of fish ports with 4.94 billion pesos. Moreover, some 4.5 billion pesos worth of crop insurance will be allocated to protect small farmers and fisherfolk against losses from natural calamities, plant diseases, and pest infestations. Some 2.75 billion pesos will be dedicated to enhancing credit access and support to farmers and fisherfolks. In addition, some 9 billion pesos will be provided for the buffer stocking program of the National Food Authority to maintain food security in times of emergencies and crises. Interconnected with food security and enhanced productivity are efficient and accessible transportation systems. The government will reduce transportation and logistics costs by building more networks and transport systems. Hence, the budget for DOTR will double to 214.3 billion from this year's 105.96 billion pesos. The rail transport program will receive a chunk of this budget with 163.75 billion to implement ongoing rail projects such as the North-South Commuter Railway System and Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1. The TOTR's efforts will be complemented by the DPWH as it continues to construct, maintain, and rehabilitate roads and bridges to improve the mobility of goods and services across the country. As such, the DPWH will be provided with 822.2 billion pesos, of which some 322.15 billion pesos will be used to finance the provision of an efficient transport and logistics systems for goods and services. We also hope to reduce the cost of transporting agricultural goods through the establishment of strategic road networks and bridges from farms and mills. Hence, the DA will receive 17.27 billion pesos for its farm-to-market road program, 3.97 billion for the Philippine Rural Development Project, and some 500 million pesos for the Sugar Regulatory Administration for the construction of farm-to-mill roads and bridges under its sugarcane industry development program. Aside from food security and reduced transport and logistics costs, the proposed budget also takes into account the importance of affordable energy in every household. As such, the government is committed to seeking a reliable and sustainable mix of energy resources through the DOE's Renewable Energy Development Program, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program, and Alternative Fuels and Technologies Program with a total allocation of 501 million pesos. This will be complemented by the NEA's National Rural Electrification Program with 2.3 billion pesos. Meanwhile, to cushion the impact of rising fuel prices on vulnerable sectors, the budget for the DA's fuel assistance programs for farmers and fisher folks will be maintained at 1 billion pesos with 500 million each. The same goes for the transport sector, which will be allocated with 2.5 billion pesos to cover the fuel subsidies of affected public utility vehicles, taxi, tricycle, and full-time ride-hailing and delivery service drivers nationwide. Given the lessons from the pandemic, the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget will continue to strengthen the primary healthcare facilities in the country. Thus, the DOH will be allocated with 22.98 billion pesos for its Health Facilities Enhancement Program. This is also a step towards attainment of the Philippine Health Agenda. To ensure the health of Filipino families, the Family Health, Immunization, Nutrition, and Responsible Parenting Program will be provided with a higher allocation of 8.26 billion pesos for the implementation of major programs such as the National Immunization Program, Family Planning Program, and Oral Health and Micronutrient Malnutrition Program. To avoid another health crisis, the Prevention and Control of Communicable Diseases Program will be provided with 4.76 billion pesos, including services and commodities to prevent infectious diseases. The DOH will also be allocated with 17.57 billion pesos for its Metro Manila hospitals and some 49.75 billion pesos for the operations of regional hospitals and other health facilities. The National Health Workforce Support System will be provided with a higher allocation of 17.98 billion pesos to deploy at least 26,035 healthcare workers to remote areas. This will further strengthen and enhance access to basic health services for the public, especially those in marginalized areas. Meanwhile, some 19.96 billion pesos will be provided to cover the payment of arrears, reckoning from July 1, 2021 to July 21, 2023 for the Health Emergency Allowance and COVID-19 Compensation Package, for eligible healthcare and non-healthcare workers pursuant to Public Health Emergency Benefits and Allowance for Healthcare Workers Act. In addition, some 22.26 billion pesos will be provided to cover the medical assistance of 1.31 million indigent and financially incapacitated patients. The National Health Insurance Program, on the other hand, will be provided with 101.51 billion pesos to provide accessible health services as mandated by the Universal Health Care Law. And on education, as mandated by the Philippine Constitution, education remains our top priority. The PBBM administration is now also focused on recovering from learning losses caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and investing even more heavily in human capital development. As such, the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Program we receive a total allocation of 51.12 billion composed of 26.01 billion pesos for CHED, 21.7 billion for 116 SUCs, and 3.41 billion pesos for TESDA. Education assistance and subsidies will be allocated a total of 41 billion pesos, with DepEd receiving 39.3 billion for education service contracting for junior high school and senior high school voucher program and joint delivery voucher for senior high school technical vocational livelihood specialization. CHED will also get 1.5 billion for its student financial assistance programs, while TESDA will receive 200 million for its private education student financial assistance programs. Further to our education agenda, We will allot some 12 billion pesos for textbooks and other instructional materials for the provision of learning packages, learning resources for library hubs, and printing of textbooks and teacher's manual corresponding to the new curriculum for kinder and grades 1, 4, and 7. Learning tools and equipment will be given a budget of 3.9 billion pesos for the provision of science and mathematics equipment and technical, vocational, and livelihood equipment. While the DepEd computerization program will also be allocated with 8.9 billion pesos for the procurement of e-learning card packages for learners, laptop for teachers and non-teaching personnel, and various ICT equipment for the Matatag Center to be established in 2024. The school-based feeding program will be provided with 11.7 billion pesos for the provision of hot meals or nutritious food products for 220 days and milk for 55 days to severely wasted and wasted learners from kinder to grade 6. The alternative learning system will be supported with 632 million pesos for the programs on education, employment, and entrepreneurship for out-of-school youth above 15 years old who do not have access to formal education in schools. We are likewise strengthening social protection measures to ensure that no one will be left behind, especially the marginalized and vulnerable sectors. The DSWD's Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or 4Ps, will be provided with a higher allocation of 112.84 billion pesos for the education and health grants, as well as rice subsidy to 4.4 million households subject to the program's conditionalities. The budget for social pension for indigent senior citizens will be doubled to 49.81 billion pesos to cover the increased government monthly allowance of 1,000 for more than 4 million indigent senior citizens who are not part of the pension system. Meanwhile, the protective services for individuals and families in difficult circumstances will get 19.97 billion pesos, which will serve as financial assistance to almost 3.9 million beneficiaries. In addition, some 5.62 billion pesos will cover the implementation of the Sustainable Livelihood Program to support 277,128 household beneficiaries, including 4-piece households that will graduate from the program in fiscal year 2023. We will also allocate some 4.08 billion pesos for the supplementary feeding program that aims to provide hot meals to 2 million children enrolled in LGU-managed child development centers and supervised neighborhood play. Meanwhile, the DOH and DSWD will receive 2.76 billion pesos to implement the Philippine Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Project, which aims to deliver a package of nutrition-specific and nutrition-sensitive interventions and improve key behaviors and practices known to reduce stunting in 235 municipalities. The PBBM administration has also initiated its flagship housing program, the Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino 4PH program, to provide decent and affordable housing for Filipino families. And to realize this, the DSUD will be allocated with 9 billion pesos to cover the 5% out of the 6% interest to be paid to GFIs and other private banks. The DSWD will also be provided with 1.89 billion pesos for the Philippine Food Strategic Transfer and Alternative Measure Program, or Philippine Food Stamp, which is projected to benefit 50,000 households. The project targets to address and alleviate involuntary hunger and malnutrition among Filipino families belonging to the lowest income bracket by providing cash-based assistance to targeted households in the form of electronic benefit transfer cards to be paid directly to the merchants. Meanwhile, an amount of 364.43 million pesos will be provided for the water supply and sanitation program of LUA, specifically for the provision of Level 3 potable water supply and adequate sanitation system, including the implementation of sanitation projects in the Manila Bay continuing Mandamus covered areas. The Livelihood and Emergency Employment Program of DOLE will receive 16.4 billion pesos, from which tulong panghanap buhay sa ating disadvantaged workers or TUPAD will receive 12.92 billion pesos. And under the Department of Migrant Workers, the OWA Emergency Repatriation Program will have a budget of 9.7 billion pesos to assist OFWs who are forcibly repatriated. And to ensure sound fiscal management, the government will continue to invest in the necessary information systems to support the processes of oversight and collection agencies consistent with Executive Order Number 29 on the adoption of Integrated Financial Management Information System or IFMIS. As such, some 2.92 billion pesos will be allocated to improve the information systems of the BIR for the efficient collection of revenues. Similarly, the BTR's development of a treasury single account will be supported to allow for the consolidation and optimal utilization of government cash resources. Alongside this, the DBM will continue to implement its Public Financial Management Program, which includes Budget and Treasury Management System or BTMS. With our trust to build resilience against disaster events, the government is developing a national indemnity insurance program for strategically important and critical government assets, so we can readily repair and rehabilitate damaged infrastructure. For 2024, we envision this program to cover DepEd schools in disaster-prone and vulnerable areas so that our students can continue to have access to education. The Philippine Identification System or PhilSys will continue to be supported with 1.61 billion pesos to accelerate the issuance of national IDs. Meanwhile, in line with our commitment to reducing bureaucratic red tape, some 145 million pesos will also be allocated for the strengthening implementation of the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act. The Department of Foreign Affairs will be provided with a higher allocation of 8.08 billion pesos to support its digitalization initiatives to ensure the unhampered provision of consular services, including the issuance of passports, visas, and other consular documents. This will include a higher allocation of 4.06 billion for e-passport and an allotment of 54.67 million for the apostille system. And to expedite tourism flow and enhance the security capability of the Bureau of Immigration through digitalization, the Bureau of Immigration will be supported with 1.98 billion pesos for the expansion of e-gates in international ports of entry and exit. Other digitalization initiatives that will be supported by the government include the enhancement of the LRA's Unified Cloud-Based Information System and Queuing Management System and upgrading of the NBI's clearance processing and issuance systems, among others. And to realize a truly inclusive and sustainable economy, the proposed national budget will also include programs that advance the administration goals over the medium term to create more jobs, quality jobs, and green jobs to ensure level playing field and uphold public order and safety, peace, and security. Infrastructure development will foster an environment conducive for businesses and investments through enhanced connectivity, and reduce cost and logistics. As such, Build Better More program will receive a total of 1.42 trillion pesos. It's 5.3% of GDP and an increase of 6.6% from this year's level. This is also next. The bulk of the proposed infrastructure budget, or 43.5%, will go to the transport-related infrastructure, such as the road networks and railway systems. In particular, the proposed railway systems will significantly increase to 153.5 billion pesos or higher by 113.4 billion or 283% compared to this year's level of only 40.1 billion. Strengthening disaster resilience also remains the forefront of the Build Better More program, with flood control systems cornering 18% of the proposed budget at 255 billion pesos. The Build Better More program will also help attain inclusive economic transformation by funding social infrastructure. This includes school buildings with 40.6 billion pesos, hospitals and health centers with 15.31 billion pesos, as well as housing community facilities with 2.12 billion pesos. This will also be complemented by allocations for water supply systems with 5.43 billion pesos, including adequate sanitation facilities, as well as power supply systems with 3.58 billion pesos to energize households and SUCs, among others, nationwide. And aside from advancing infrastructure development, the government will also attract more investments and create more jobs by promoting more competitive and innovative industries, particularly among micro, small, and medium enterprises. As such, the MSME development program of the DTI will be allocated with 783.05 million to fund initiatives to promote the growth of MSMEs. Of this amount, 100 million will go to the digitalization program of MSMEs. This will be complemented by locally funded projects such as the establishment of negosyo centers, One Town, One Product, Next Generation Project, and the Shared Services Facilities Project. For additional financing options for micro-entrepreneurs, the fiscal year 2024 proposed national budget will provide a higher allocation of 1.50 billion pesos for the Pondo sa Pagbabago at Pag-asenso program, which will provide an accessible and sustainable alternative source of financing for at least 40,000 MSME borrowers. On the other hand, the Cooperative Development Authority will be provided with funding for farm machineries and equipment assistance and grants, as well as startup livelihood capital assistance to support micro and small cooperatives. Yes, ma'am. The
Form cooperative to be benefited by PhilMec at saka ba't sila bibigyan mo ng pera? Ang ginagawa tuloy nila, nagagawa sila ng project, hindi nila pinoform yung mga cooperative.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let's hold our questions, Madam Vice Chair, until
Ay,
Yeah.
konti na lang po.
thank you.
The administration will also create more quality jobs by increasing employability of the Filipino youth through skills training and internships in accredited institutions. With government internship program will be funded with 808 million, SPES with 829 million, and Jumpstart with 205 million. The newest program of TESDA, supporting innovation in the Philippine technical and vocational education system, will be allocated with 1.8 billion for the modernization of the Philippines technical vocational education and training system. Following TESDA programs, it will also fund the following: Special Training for Employment Program or STEP with 1.3 billion pesos, Training for Work Scholarship Program with 3.2 billion pesos, Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program with 1 billion pesos to serve and assist combined number of 244,307,000 enrollees and 219,875 graduates under these programs. Aside from increasing the employability of Filipino youth, the government will also create more quality jobs by further advancing research and development and innovation in the country. As such, the DOST's Grants in Aid program, which includes the Science for Change and Set Up programs, will receive an allocation of 8.23 billion pesos. Further, the scholarship programs under the Philippine Science High School and Science Education Institute will be provided with 7.58 billion pesos to support 10,609 high school students and 50,616 undergraduate and graduate scholars. Some 100 million pesos will also be provided for NEDA's Innovation Fund, which aims to support enterprises engaged in developing innovative solutions that would benefit the country's underprivileged sectors. And some 1.33 billion pesos will be provided for the research and development initiatives of SUCs. Technological advancement has given rise to a growing digital economy which continues to create new forms of work, transforming the employment landscape. Hence, investing in digitalization of the bureaucracy is crucial, not only enhancing its efficiency but also generating quality jobs for Filipinos. Thus, the proposed budget includes 38.75 billion for the adoption of a whole-of-government approach to digitalization. This increased by 60.6% from its 24.93 billion budget in 2023. An up-to-date digital infrastructure is also vital in enhancing the digital economy. Hence, some 1 billion pesos will be allocated for the ICT Systems and Infrastructure Development Management and Advisory Program of the DICT. In addition, funding will be provided for the implementation of the National Government Data Center and 1.67 billion for the National Government Portal with 302 million to connect government departments and improve its accessibility. Meanwhile, the National Broadband Plan with 1.5 billion pesos will help improve overall internet speed and affordability. Following the Philippine Development Plan, we will employ a whole-of-nation approach to scale up sustainable and green investments that propel economic transformation for a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. This entails creating sustainable communities and harnessing our natural assets and support green jobs and generate income for resource-dependent communities. Towards a sustainable economy, we are likewise tracking our climate change expenditures amounting to 543.4 billion pesos under the proposed 2024 national budget. This is higher by 17% compared to this year's allocation of only 9.4%. This already exceeds our commitment of 8% share under the PDP plan. Water sufficiency projects are prioritized at 294.46 billion pesos, followed by sustainable energy at 180.72 billion pesos, food security at 40.18 billion pesos, knowledge and capacity development with 12.97 billion pesos, and climate smart industries and services with 6.02 billion pesos. Among the programs tagged under the CSET are the DPWH Flood Management Program with 215.64 billion, DANR's National Greening Program with 2.5 billion, and Protected Areas Development and Management Program with 1.04 billion pesos. In support to LGU's effort in protecting their respective coastal areas, some 216.64 million pesos for the management of coastal and will be provided for the management of coastal and marine resources areas under the DNR. At the local level, 2 billion pesos is allocated for the Green 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 program to support the LGUs in promoting green open spaces in infrastructure projects for active mobility. Meanwhile, in partnership with local civil society organizations, the Support and Assistance Fund to Participatory Budgeting will receive 1 billion pesos to accelerate access to safely managed and resilient water supply and sanitation services of lagging municipalities. Lastly, to uphold public order and safety, peace and security, the Local Government Support Fund shall cover the financial assistance to LGUs and the support to Barangay Development Program under the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. The fiscal year 2024 NEP demonstrates how the resources of the national government are consolidated and optimized to remain on track with our agenda for prosperity. It is the administration's fervent hope that this budget will continue to lay the groundwork for future-proofing the economy and making the country's growth inclusive and sustainable, not just for the Filipinos of today, but also for future generations. Again, thank you very much. Mabuhay. Mabuhay po tayong lahat at ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Secretary Mina. It's a very comprehensive presentation. Thank you also to Sec Ben, Sec RC, Governor Eli. Mr. President, just a matter of procedure. Of course, we will respect the tradition of acknowledging the 4 officers of the Senate first. So that's the Senate President, Senate President Pro Tem, the Minority Leader who is here, then the Senior Vice Chair, Senator Marcos, Senator Pia Cayetano, then the Vice Chairs in order of arrival, Senator Villar, Senator Binay, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Ejercito, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Estrada. So, Mr. President, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to excuse myself because there's also lunch with French senators, but I'll be right back. As soon as the lunch ends, we'll be going back to just ask some policy questions to our dear secretaries. So don't take this as I'm walking out and some of our senators are walking out. We have a guest that we have to host from the French Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for attending, Mr. President. So next we'll go to Senior Vice Chair and our Senate President Pro Temp, former Chair of this committee, Senator Lauren Legarda. Ma'am.
Senator Angara, thank you very much. And once again, we welcome our economic team headed by Secretary Ben Jokno. And of course, thank you for your presentations, Sec Mina Pangandaman and Sec Balisacan and Governor Remolena and all of those comprising the executive department. My questions are very general and macro because it's very clear that our questions on the very detailed and comprehensive and well-delivered presentation of DBM will be addressed to the specific department heads kung gusto po namin siyasatin ang kanilang paggastos. Let's say NGP, Green Green Green, and learning losses, learning poverty, all of these, while I'm certain that the brilliant DBM secretary would be more than competent to answer this, it would be best for the agency heads to do that. And therefore, my questions will be general, mostly from DOF, Oneda to answer. So you proposed, sir, the 2024 budget. We had assumptions set under the medium-term fiscal framework. I believe it was an innovation that we have the medium-term fiscal framework. It's been how many years, Senator Angara, that we had that when we adopted it early this year? It's the first time, right?
We adopted it late last year.
Last year, and it's the first time that that was done.
First
because
time, yeah.
During my time. So that's clearer, no? So that we have a guidepost in preparing the budget. So thank you for that innovation. And we look forward to continuing with that every year.
It was pushed by our economic manager.
Yes. Okay.
For greater accountability.
Very good. So I premise my questions on the medium-term fiscal framework which was presented by the chair based on, as you said, the economic team suggestions, within the GDP is projected to grow annually between 6.5 to 8% from 2023, this year, till 2028. And the actual GDP growth for the first quarter of this year was 6.4%, second quarter, 4.3%, or an average growth for the first semester of 5.3%. So my question, very simple, is the DBCC, sir, still confident that the projection for 2023 can be achieved given the performance for the first semester of 5.3%? And perhaps whatever, of course, you will say yes, may we know what is a trajectory and what are we doing to sustain that to meet the GDP growth? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The answer is a definite yes. We need to grow by 6.6% in the second half to achieve the growth of the lower projection of target of 6% for the entire year. And we really believe that that's very achievable. We haven't lost the value of the underspending in the first semester that we can deploy in the second semester, and that will actually add to the assumed growth of 6.2% for the second sem. So you will have all this underspent resources put into the second semester. Inflation is also expected to further decelerate. That would buoy consumer demand, investment, and the rest of the economy. And based on what I presented earlier, Chair, inflation is further expected to pull, if we can bring inflation further down to 3%, that we can add another 0.1 percentage point to the target. And based on our calculations of the underspending by agencies, we are expecting another 0.3 from cuts up spending on public construction, and 0.5 percentage points from cuts up spending on MOE and PS, so that will add 2.8 percentage points. So the 6.6 is very much achievable, assuming that those other risks that I mentioned earlier, you don't have another major typhoons that can damage a big part of our economy. Or
I'm glad you mentioned two things, sir. The deceleration of inflation, and you said that we will try to peg it at 3%, but you also mentioned about unavoidable natural hazards, which is typhoons, which we know usually happens in the second semester of the year. So how do we, what safety nets, what are we doing differently from before to be able to meet the 6.6%? In short, what should we do to peg inflation at 3%? And if we're able to do that, that's good for our people. But typhoons will be there, and it will, of course, adversely affect on the gains that we've had on the first semester of the year.
Mr. Chair, the projection for the entire year of 6 to 7% actually already took into account the inflation then that was happening at the end of 2022, which was already very high. And so the deceleration of inflation from that point to the second semester is going to be a plus factor. I think that a big part now of the current inflation is domestic, and that's how we are managing our food supplies, our non-food items like electricity. And it does appear that the food inflation is decelerating. We're learning from the lessons that we had in managing food supplies. Logistics is improving. And so I think that we can achieve a further deceleration of inflation, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Just so that we have a clear background, sir, on what caused it, may we just simply explain to our people what were the causes of for the GDP growth to slide down to 4.3% in the second quarter? And if you compare it to 2022, we can say 2022, there was election expense. This buoyed up or lifted the GDP growth in 2022, but at the time there was an election ban for the implementation of infrastructure projects. So, what is the reason for the slower GDP growth in the second semester, in the second quarter, sir, of 4.3%, so that whatever pitfalls, if any, could be avoided in the future? Thank you.
The big part, Your Honor, is the high inflation that basically affected not just consumer sentiments but even investment to the extent that the high inflation that we saw in the second half of last year translated into eventually translated into higher interest rates, and that eventually affected also the investment sentiments. And so, and we know that the effects of interest rate hikes, have lags, no? And usually it's 6 months, 12 months of lag. So we are feeling that, or we felt that the effects of those in this first half, and will continue, although in a moderating. At moderating level in the second half. So that's one major factor, and the second one, as I mentioned already, is a bit of the underspending, particularly on the government final consumption expenditures.
Very good.
That's that because that government final consumption expenditures account for almost 15% of GDP. Malaki yun.
Yes. I'm glad you pinpointed, sir, on the decline in government spending or underspending. This is the term that we always don't like to hear. And when SOF was then SDBM, he also did never like to hear that, right? Because what we allocate must be obligated and dispersed and utilized and implemented for the good of our people, sir. So, since you mentioned that the downtrend in GDP growth for the first quarter, more particularly on the second quarter, more particularly in the first semester, is due to the decline in government spending, could you kindly, and anyone from the economic team can answer this, explain to the committee what triggered the reduced spending by government? And my next question will be, is our cash disbursement for the semester on target? Note please that the cash disbursement for the first semester is 2.411.8 billion, assuming my figures are correct. Ms. Secretary DBM, yes. 46% of the 2023 cash disbursement target of 4.288 trillion. So, para po maintindihan natin what triggered the reduced spending and how can we avoid this in the next quarters and perhaps for 2024 so we meet our targets, sir. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just to give a background and definition, underspending is defined as the difference between the program disbursements from actual disbursement. Based on our data, which our Senate Pro Tempore mentioned a while ago, for 2023 first semester, the program is 2.582 trillion pesos. 2.582.4, and the actual is only 2.411.8, which the one that you mentioned a while ago. So the variance or the underspending is 170.5 billion pesos, or a decrease of 6.6%. In general, This is due to the ongoing implementation and procurement of programs, activities, and projects of various agencies at this time of the year. Based on preliminary data and coordination with implementing agencies, spending. The low disbursement against program was primarily attributed to the following. First, substantial outstanding checks recorded as of end June 2023. 124.1 billion pesos per consolidated reports of government servicing banks. Meaning, the checks are just there. Hindi pa po siya na disburse. Second, lower than program interest payments in view of the settlement of premia for the reissuances of bonds. BTR can explain better. Third, ongoing implementation of social protection programs, particularly the registration and validation of beneficiaries, for example, 4Ps of DSWD, as well as the profiling and evaluation of target beneficiaries, for example, TUPAD of DOLE. Next, procurement-related difficulties such as the late delivery of goods and failed biddings due to withdrawal of goods and withdrawal of disqualification of bidders, unavailability of competent suppliers, and lack or of late submission of supporting documents, among others. Next, ongoing right-of-way and site acquisition and utility relocation. This is under DOTR, Land and Rail Transport Projects. And lastly, billing concerns from suppliers and creditors, such as the late submission of billing statements and compliance with documentary requirements such as the UACTEA for CHED, FHE for SUCS and TESDA, and for various TechVox scholarship programs, as well as NIA irrigation projects and NHE housing programs.
Thank you for that, Secretary Mina, for mentioning the perennial issue of right-of-way issues, kaya bumabagal ang ating paggastos. Ang procurement ng mga bagay, kaya rin bumabagal at it's not necessarily the best. And also cleansing the lists of agencies that actually give cash assistance among the 8 reasons for lower spending. Yes. May we know, since we know the problems, what different methods will we do to avoid this? Will it entail legislation to amend the Procurement Act? How can we utilize the right-of-way so that there could be faster or more effective infrastructure spending? How many years will we need to cleanse the lists of our indigents so that the agencies of government can effectively give them among the 3, that's only 3 of the 8 reasons for the underspending. When you were seated on the other side for many, many years, I'm sure, and these were the questions we would always discuss. Now that you're on that side, I am certain that you would know the answers to this question and would want to solve this, because if you solve even these 3 of the 8 you mentioned, it will be a quicker, more efficient bureaucracy. And the problem of underspending could partially be solved. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, we have steps to improve government spending and budget utilization. For government procurement, it is the only one that needs legislation. And you know that during the SONA of the President, it was again mentioned to amend the Government Procurement Reform Act. With that, we will be presenting our amendments to the Government Procurement Act to the President next week. And maybe we can also, we don't have the bill yet, but we have the specific amendments. Maybe I have here GPPB Executive Director Weng and Executive Director Attorney Dennis Santiago can also explain it further if we still have time. But yes, there needs to be amendment to the Procurement Reform Act, the GPRA, which was sponsored by Senator Angara 20 years ago. Among the initiatives of the DBM is first, issuance of early release of allotment. The DBM releases the budget through the General Appropriations Act as allotment order or GAO, which enables agencies to immediately start obligating funds and implement their respective programs at the start of the fiscal year or as soon as the budget becomes effective. For instance, construction activities and other public infrastructure works can be maximized during the tri-season given the early release of allotments. Hence, at the start of the year, 81.2% of the total 3.16 trillion pesos agency-specific budgets under the fiscal year 2023 national budget, or equivalent to 2.56 trillion pesos, was already available to the implementing agencies. Moreover, the DBM issues notice of cash allocation at the start of the year to cover the first quarter regular requirements of operating units of government agencies. Next, the conduct of early procurement activities. To ensure efficient implementation of programs, activities, and projects of agencies shall undertake timely procurement, planning, and early procurement activities. The conduct of the procurement activities from posting to recommendation to the head of procuring entity may already be done as early as submission of the National Expenditure Program to Congress. This enables the awarding of contracts to be made upon the approval and effectivity of GAA. Next, since we don't have amendments to the GPRA yet, and in fact, the law already provides for this, the GPPB can simplify the provisions of the GPRA. So simplified IRR for the government procurement reform law to address procurement bottlenecks and implementing rules and regulations of the government procurement reform law has been simplified as of July 3, 2023. Again, ED Weng can further elaborate on the amendments on the IRRs of GPRA. Launch of the government purchase card. The DBM also launched the government purchase card, which is a credit card that serves as an alternative payment solution for the procurement of goods and services. This aims to reduce cash and check handling, eliminate procurement lead time, shorten the time to liquidate government transactions, and develop a database of financial information. Next, digitalization of government disbursements and collection. Under Executive Number 170, all government agencies, including SUCs, GOCCs, and even LGUs, are mandated to utilize safe and efficient digital payments for goods and services, including the distribution of financial assistance. Revenue collecting agencies such as the BIR and BOC are also required to offer a digital mode of collecting payments for taxes, fees, and other charges. Next is the adoption of the Integrated Financial Management Information System across agencies. The government recently released Executive Order Number 29, directing all government agencies, including GOCCs and LGUs, to adopt and implement the IFMIS in the processing of all government financial transactions. This will re-engineer the PFM processes and maximize the use of financial systems to ensure seamless and faster transactions. And lastly, issuance of a circular letter on agency catch-up plans. Just this August 9, the DBM issued a circular letter on the submission of agency catch-up plans to facilitate budget execution for the rest of the fiscal year 2023. We can provide the committee of the circular letter. The agencies are required to provide the DBM the following: latest available financial and physical accomplishments, status of major flagship programs and projects under the fiscal year 2022 and 2023, particularly those with budgetary allocations, and third, catch-up plans to address the bottlenecks and reach their respective physical and financial performance targets of the year.
Thank you for that very comprehensive answer. We know, however, Secretary Mina, that these are already existing and we did that. Ano po ang gagawin nyo sa mga ahensya na even with all these measures still are underspending?
The consolidated report that we will prepare on the catch-up plans of agencies will be the basis for determining the necessity of the following. For fiscal year 2023, release the balance of program appropriations and revision of plans and targets. For 2024, schedule a fund release reflected in the DBM evaluated budget execution documents submitted by agencies. And last, for 2025, determination of the proposed budget level.
Thank you for that. If despite all that, there's still underspending, what would the effect on our deficit be if our cash disbursement is lower than what was programmed? Of course, this would have a positive effect on our deficit, right? So I'm answering my own question. If despite all these measures, there's still underspending and cash disbursement is lower than programmed, that also has a positive effect on our deficit. I just wanted it very clear. Correct. Okay, I answered my own question. Now, I go to the medium-term fiscal framework again, which projected the attainment of, this is so interesting because we are looking forward to this. This is clearly within our lifetime, within hand's reach. It's 1.5 years from now. Kasi palagi pong pinapag-usapan sa lahat ng presentasyon sa inyong mga economic briefings, road shows abroad and nationwide, that the Philippines will reach upper middle income status by year 2025. So that is exciting. People have to understand what it means. We also want to help you achieve that by providing not just legislation, but the resources to be able to do that. So an upper middle income status is at least $4,256 per capita GNI. Is that correct? 4256 per capita gross of the gross national income, 4256. So may I hear from the economic managers, can you please explain this $4,256 per capita income, assuming a 55 pesos to a dollar, this is 234,080 pesos, more or less, per annum. May we know whether this amount refers to the annual per capita income? And my second question is, how many Filipinos are expected to actually have an income of 234,080 and above, if that is our target by 1.5 years? Kaya ba natin yun? Yun ang gusto ko malaman. At gusto namin malaman, paano nyo kami dadalin doon? Paano natin sila aakayin doon? Sa gitna ng paghihikahos, sa gitna po ng pagbabago ng klima at mga bagyo at sa poverty threshold. Yun ang importante. Let us hold each other's hand to bring the Philippines to the upper middle income status by 2025. Sir.
Let me answer that, Mr. Chair. Just to update a bit the numbers, the gross national income per capita as of the end of 2020, wait a minute. At the end of 2022 is about 3,950, I believe. But the threshold for a country to enter that rank of countries belonging to this upper middle income class is 4,466, roughly 4,500, let's say. Okay, that is average ho. Yes, this the total gross national income divided by the population of the country. No, so it has no distribution. Uh, 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 it just average. It does not take into account the distribution of income in the country. Okay. Now, can we achieve it? If we achieve we can sustain the growth trajectory that we have outlined, presented for, then we would be able to reach that growth, gross national income per capita. Now, actually, the chances of getting there are actually easier because the World Bank that calculates this gross national income uses our or a population count that is based on a 2010 population count or 2015, which is quite old. We have now a more recent population count census, and that's the 2020 population census, and that shows that the actual population is lower than the projected population based on that 2015 population census by a big order, by 3 million, 2 million, more people represent. So kung mas mababa yung denominator, mas mataas na yung actual natin actually. It's higher than what we actually have. So we have written already the World Bank and the UN to update their information or the database. Now, it's very crucial that we maintain a low level of inflation, because this inflation can depress the national income. Inflation can also depress the growth. So we have to manage that. But more importantly, I think at least for many of us, for all of us, it's not so much the average that's really we should be watching. I will be happy to reach there, to be there, part of the upper middle income class. But I would be happier if the growth will actually, that those increases in income will lead to a much lower poverty.
With the permission of the Senate President Pro Tem, just a follow-up question on your very good points. Indonesia has overtaken us, di ba? Sec RC.
Long ago.
Huh?
More than
Long
long
ago.
ago.
Vietnam. Saan in Vietnam?
It's overtaken us about 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
About Vietnam.
Yeah.
They've also overtaken us.
Yeah, if our economy did not contract by almost 10% in 2020, we should still be okay, higher than
What do you
Vietnam.
feel? Oh, just last question with the permission of what are they doing right that we're not doing?
Just to be fair to ourselves, the last 10, 15 years, even 20 years, if you can, I think are doing very well. In the last decade, we were growing at 6.3%. That's very high. And poverty reduction was beginning to be, was beginning to be felt. No? And many other social indicators are moving in the right direction. But the pandemic has pushed us back. We lost 3 years again. It's that 3 years of lost because that pushed us back in per capita terms, in learning losses, and many other dimensions of well-being. So while Vietnam did not have that kind of experience, and that separated the ways of these two countries.
You're saying Vietnam was not as hard hit as us during the pandemic?
No, their economy did not contract.
That's a subject matter that really perhaps needs a solo hearing on how we can reach the higher middle income status. But my question is, the 234.80 is the annual income. Divided by 12, that would be 19,000, more or less, 506 per month. Sir, with the high cost of living, would you actually consider 19,506 pesos per month sufficient to be considered upper middle income class, or is my computation wrong? Because when we mention about the 4256, 55 to a dollar, it's 23480. Divided by 12, that would be 19,506 pesos a month. We would consider ourselves middle income, upper middle income status, receiving 19,500 a month. Is that how to interpret it so that I understand?
Number one, the number there is pertains to the gross national income and not the gross domestic product. So that includes inflows, payments, and factors of production of Filipinos from abroad coming to the Philippines.
Are you saying, sir, that yes, it would be based on GNI,
Correct.
which would include the remittances, and I computed it based on GNI, and that's 4256, and that's 23480 divided by 12. That's 19,506 per month.
The so-called upper middle income class kasi the income range is very wide. It's from 4,500 to almost 12,000 US dollars.
So I computed on the lower end.
That's the lower
Yes.
limit.
Okay.
Right.
So mababa po kasi ang tingin ko po, considering that our monthly poverty threshold for a family of 5 is 12,000 pesos 30 centavos, then we would consider on the lower end of the upper middle income would be 19,506. I honestly do not think that receiving 19,506 would be considered upper middle income, assuming my computations are correct, but you say there's a range and I'm computing on the lower end because the monthly poverty threshold is at 12,030 pesos. So I just wanted to be enlightened on this.
Yeah,
sir.
the 19,000 earners per person yan. Per person, yeah. So usually use 5 members in a family. So it's around 100,000. Yeah, that's correct.
My computation is correct, 19,000 per person, but for a family of 5, abot ng mga 100,000 per family. And just to note, our monthly poverty threshold is 12,000. So you're saying in 1.5 years, we will hopefully reach this, assuming our targets are met, and we will have a 19,000 per person upper middle class. When you consider that, of the 110 million Filipinos, what percentage of that population should have achieved this, that we can say we've actually achieved the upper middle income status?
So, of course, that's an average. So, it doesn't take into account the distribution, how well distributed income is in the population. That's not taken into account. But that range kasi it's not dictated by us. It's not defined by us. It's defined by an international by the World Bank. So it applies to all countries. And normally when they construct such a range, they use a basket of exchange rates. So it doesn't necessarily relate specifically to us. But given that, I think that what's important to note is that that we should not be comparing or using the poverty threshold that we are using for our monitoring of poverty, as a sort of measure of well-being, because it's not. It was meant to just monitor the changes in poverty over time, just so that we know whether our programs are making an impact and indicators of well-being like income among in the population. So it does not mean to represent, say, a living wage or or a proxy for even a minimum wage that would allow a person to live comfortably. That was not what it was intended for.
Thank you for that. I know that we have other colleagues who will ask. Mr. Chair, I have questions, but I'll do it on the second round. I was slipped a note that my time is up. I appreciate that. Thank you for your answers to my queries. I would like to be enlightened more on the way forward, on the roadmap towards achieving the higher upper middle income status, and that's so near. That's in 1.5 years. It's in 18 months. So I would like to know, perhaps in the second round, are our budgetary allocations addressing the needs to be able to reach the target?
There is only any downside, Mr. Chair, is that you will lose our access to concessional loans. That's the downside.
And the GSP, di ba? In GSP, you're no longer
You will
eligible.
no longer
to
be
create,
eligible for concessional loans.
Okay. Yes, I just reserved for the second round. Thank you very much,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the very good points, Senate President Pro Tem Lauren Legarda. Next is our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, followed by Senior Vice Chair Marcos, Senior Vice Chair Cayetano, and then Vice Chair Villar. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many minutes do I have, sir?
You have 10 long minutes.
Okay.
We will
I will not-
we will count them very slowly.
The Einstein way. Yeah. Approach.
You're entitled to that as a matter of fairness, I think, because
Thank you, sir.
given the numbers of the majority, Your Honor.
I will not take too much of your time, Mr. Chairman. May bukas pa naman, di ba, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, may, yes.
Can I ask the BSP Governor, Mr. Chairman, which of the inflation rates, Governor, contain or reflect the inflation for food prices? Which one? Which of the two?
Sir, the one that contains food and energy is what we call the headline inflation,
And this is the one which is now trending lower. Okay.
4.7% in July.
And then this is the one where you said, Your Honor, that the BSP can parang control or can intervene in. This is the inflation, the headline inflation.
The headline inflation is the one where the BSP has less control.
Less control.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, so at least the BSP is not claiming to have caused the downward trend. Okay. So
Not all of it, sir. Not
yes,
all of it.
thank you, Mr. Governor. So, well, sana ramdam talaga yung pagbaba ng presyo ng pagkain ng ating mga kababayan. So konektado nga ito rin sa sa budget priorities, which is mentioned by our DBM Secretary. Number 1 is food security. So I hope that all of these programs will actually work, so that yung figures natin, figures ramdam sa tunay na buhay. Kasi as explained by our NEDA Secretary, yung mga GNI per capita, these are just figures. Hindi naman talaga to ramdam ng 19,000 times 5. I mean, ilan yun? 95,000 pesos ang ng family. A family of 5, hindi naman po yun ang kita nila. So, some figures are really detached from the daily concerns of our people. So at any rate, can I look at this? Can I ask about the structure of the budget, Mr. Chairman? Ganito. Madam Secretary Amina, if you can help me understand how our budget is structured. The 2023 NEP, of course, had unprogrammed funds. So coming from the executive, that amounted to 588 billion. Yun, di ba? 2023 NEP. Ang ending, by law, it became 807 billion unprogrammed funds by law. Yeah. Now we are now into for 2024 NEP, our unprogrammed is 281 billion. I'm rounding off, mama, rounding off lang, 281. So ano pong implication on that where the numbers are volatile na for this year, last year's budget cycle, we were presented with 588 billion and then we ended up with 807 billion in unprogrammed funds. So how does this affect the bottom line of the budget? How does this affect our budget process? And the other effects of touching the unprogrammed funds?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the unprogrammed funds are defined as standby appropriations, authorizing additional agency obligations, priority programs, and government. Last year, given that the increase of our budget is very minimal, 4.5%, and we are trying to exit the pandemic, during the NEP, we decided during the time to transfer the foreign assisted projects, the foreign assisted projects of DOTR and DPWH and other department agencies to the unprogrammed appropriations. So that's the reason why it is 588 during that time. But when we had a couple of meetings with the IMF, World Bank, they mentioned to us that per standard, since it's a standby appropriation, assuming you are able to increase your level for 2024, per standard they said is that at least your standby appropriation should only be 5% of your total budget. With a 500 level in NEP last year, that's more than yung 800. The 800 level from our GAA in 2023 represents 15% of the total national budget, Mr. Chair.
Which is more than the than the figure advised to us, given to us by the advice of the
Yes,
World Bank.
I know that during the time we still haven't asked the recommendation of IMF during that time, but when they saw the GAA, they inform us that by standard it should only be at least maximum of 5%.
Kaya the NEP 2023, yung 588 billion nyo,
More than 5%.
also more than 5%, di ba?
Yes,
So itong
Mr.
281 billion natin, pasok.
It's 4.89%.
Pasok siya.
Pasok
Okay.
po.
So by telling us that, you're advising Congress to also observe some discipline. Tama? Are you telling us to observe some discipline and also try to maintain a caps and program at 5% maximum?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What's the effect if we do not observe some discipline? How does this affect our entire budgeting process, the planning, the finances?
Because, Mr. President, the unprogrammed will only be released given the following conditions per the General Appropriations Act. First, if there are excess revenue collections in one of the identified non-tax revenue sources from its corresponding revenue collection target as indicated in the BESF. Second, if there are new revenue collections or those arising from new tax and non-tax sources which are not part of nor included in the original revenue sources per BSF. And last, approved loans for foreign assisted projects.
Yes, alam mo, may mga ABC nga yung conditions na yan. Okay, historically, so kunyari, hindi pa naman tapos si 2023, si 2022 for example, I don't have the figure for the final unprogrammed funds for 2022, but how much of that fund was actually dispersed or spent, Madam Secretary? 2022. 2022 kasi hindi pa tapos si 2023, but I'll ask for siguro status about 2023. Kayo na mag-notes, hindi ako mag-notes. Ano na pa, historical data na siguro yan, 2022. Tingnan, 2022 G, magkano ang program price? Tingnan mo.
For 2022, the total on program appropriation is 251.6 billion pesos. And we are able to release 183.8 billion pesos.
Represent, ilang percentage po yun?
So that's how many
Calculator
percent?
nyo lang.
183 over 251. Calculate.
60, 70?
183 over 251.
72?
Dami. Ito, 73.06%.
73, okay.
Sir Chair.
73. Okay.
Gali.
Okay, 70. Hindi, 18. Di minultiply ko lang by 4 kasi 250 is...
73.
73. Okay.
Math wizard.
So, sa 2021, anong percentage naman? Kasi gusto ko ipakita na mataas ang percentage na pinafund na natin at na bakit nandyan siya sa baba. Ba't di siya nasa taas? Sa 2021, mataas din siguro.
We'll get po. Generally, 75%.
75% generally. Sige.
No releases. Generally, di ba? 70%. We'll get, Mr. Chair, but generally po, on average, when we check the numbers, it's around 70%.
Yeah, so generally speaking and historically proven, 70% of what we allot or put in the unprogrammed funds are actually spent. So the budget, the actual budget is actually the total expenditure program plus more or less 70% of the unprogrammed funds. Ganun ang total budget po natin. Yes, ma'am. Yes, tita.
Wala pa po tayong releases to date ng unprogrammed appropriations.
Sige, Madam Secretary, for 2023, anong status update natin sa program? Zero, ma'am? Zero?
O half year, you can just multiply by 2.
Zero daw eh. Kino-confirm ko eh.
To still include the FAPs, di ba?
Yeah,
Because that's part of the menu eh. You should still include it.
yes. But yeah, it's part of the menu.
Although it's a
but this
different
is-
revenue source. It's a different
There's
revenue.
no revenue source. This will
But just for
this
the
will-
record,
yeah.
because it's included in the 800.
Yes,
So
for-
I think that's where the minority leader is going.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For support to foreign assisted, we get to release it, but it's deficit po because there's no additional funding for this. For 2023 GAA, support to foreign assisted projects is 344.137 billion pesos. And we were able to release 192 billion pesos, leaving a balance of 152 billion pesos. Yeah, but this is deficit na po siya. Wala po siyang additional revenue cover.
Deficit, walang additional.
Diba? Explain nyo.
Hindi ko yata naintindihan po yun. Teka, ano yung three? There are three, di ba? There are three conditions before you can release. So, saan siya? Which condition siya na-release?
The last po, approve loans for foreign assisted projects.
Approved loans, okay. Okay. Approved loans of foreign. So, dumating yung loans, bale? Dumating ang loan proceeds. Okay. Okay pa. Okay, so for this year, for this year, where the GAA provides for 807 billion in unprogrammed funds, yun po, how much has been released so far as of date or as of your latest records?
Out of the 807 billion, we released 211 billion or 22.83%.
Apa. Thank you for that, Secretary. Then, Secretary, our budget format also shows us our debt servicing. Di ba po? Tama po yun, ano? So, for next year, 2024, we will be paying as our principal payments 1.911 trillion pesos. Tama po ba yun? Si Treasurer De Leon ba?
Tama po, 1.9 trillion pesos.
1.9 trillion for the principal. And then for the interest, we have also a summary of the
1.2. Bali, kasama po, sabi niyo po debt service, so interest payments plus principal.
how
Sir,
much?
Sir, yung pong principal, 1.2 trillion. Yung pong interest payments is about 70 billion. So, total told, magiging 1.9 trillion po.
Is that so? At ganun ba pagka-present? Pati? In that 2024? Yes, tita. Sige po.
Which is the loan and how much is the interest?
Point.
Yung pong sa principal, for the foreign, principal payments, we have,
No, not the principal payment, the interest.
yung interest po for 2024,
Yeah.
is 670 billion.
2023.
2023 is 582.3
And how much
billion.
is the loan?
Yung pong total outstanding loan po natin,
Oo,
2023 is about 13 trillion po.
So how much is the interest?
14 trillion po sa
600
2023.
over 13 trillion. So,
14 trillion po sa
how much is the
2023.
interest that we are paying?
We are paying 582.
No, the
507.
interest rate.
The rate po, ang average po namin, ang weighted average interest rate is about 5%.
Okay.
I want to acknowledge Senator Raffy Tulfo, our chairperson of Labor and Energy, Migrant Workers and Energy. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So sa NEP po natin, it is our payments for the calendar year 2024 for the principal amortizations is not reflected therein kahit sa bottom line, kahit sa last line, wala pong ganun.
Hindi po siya kasama ang principal payments, only the interest payments.
Correct.
Kaya po ang tawag po nila sa NEP, it's debt burden.
Yes. How much is that again?
Yung pong for 2024, sir,
Yes.
it's 670.5 billion pesos.
Sige po. But if I ask you, how much will we pay for principal amortizations for calendar year 2024? You can answer po.
For 2024, ang total po na principal amortization natin would be 1.2 trillion pesos.
Okay, claro. Apo. Okay, so making it very clear that the 1.9 I mentioned earlier was the principal and interest. Yeah. Pero at least alam ng taong bayan na 1.9 trillion ang gagastusin natin next year to pay our debts. Pero pagkatapos po na nakabayad na tayo sa 2024 ng 1.9 trillion pesos in debt, by the end of the year 2024, ano pong projected level ng ating debts? Pagkatapos po nabayaran na yung 1.9.
2024 po, ang aming projection of NG outstanding debt would be 15.8 trillion.
Okay, so lumaki nga, o nga, ganun po nga, lumalaki, but parang para the economic planners know something which I really cannot understand. So how come the position is we should not worry about debt? Sige, para lang po para po maintindihan ko at lahat na nakikinig sa atin. How come Filipinos should not worry about their ballooning debt, na ballooning na rin yung principal and debt payments, and yet ballooning pa rin si total amount to be paid. So sige po, you have the floor.
If I may, Senator Pimentel, unang-una po, let's look at, mag-compare po tayo sa peers natin. So sinasabi po natin ngayon, ang Philippines, our debt to GDP, mga 61% of our GDP. Ang Malaysia po is about 61.57%. Ang Thailand po, more or less the same, 61.57%. Singapore, it's 167.7% of GDP. So that's the debt to GDP po. But if we will also look at our debt profile. Yung pong ating debt profile, meaning to say po, ano ba yung structure ng ating debt? So we will say na it is very resilient. Why? First of all, yung pong ating mga maturity profile, yung pong between the medium term, yung pong mga 7 to up to, kasi po by law hanggang 25 years lang po ang pwede nating utangin. It's about already mga 90% po of our total debt portfolio. Ngayon po, so wala po tayong masyadong tinatawag na refinancing risk. Let's take a look naman po in terms of our cost. Kasi po about our 90% din po, fixed cost na yon. So yung pong variable cost na would be subject to yung pong changes in the market conditions because of higher interest rate, mga 10% lang po siya. Tapos at the same time, most of our debt, around 70% of our debt, peso denominated. So wala po tayong mga volatilities so much in terms of the external mga headwinds that would affect our debt service. So, and lastly po sir, if you would look, our credit rating agencies, in fact, the Fitch po, they even upgraded the outlook on the Philippines from negative to stable. And of course, recently po, yung RNI, they've also upgraded us. So, isa pa pong indicator is our cost of borrowing, the premium that we pay. So, if you would look po, very stable po ang ating premium over the US Treasuries. So, meaning to say, a lot of the investors, they would rather hold Philippine papers than other sovereigns. So, that told, makikita po na very manageable at sustainable po ang ating debt structure.
But in 2019, we're 39% of GDP. Tapos ngayon, 61 na tayo. So I just wonder kung makakabalik tayo doon sa 39.
To give the historical perspective on the 60%, no, yung pong 60% debt to GDP ratio, that used to be the qualification requirement for countries who would like to join the Euro community, yung 60%. Okay? So, yeah, that's right, Ma'am. Our debt to GDP ratio before the pandemic was around 40%, 39%. Ngayon po, because of the pandemic, tumaas po siya sa ano. In fact, I think with the recent pandemic, the calculation now is that 70% is reasonable. 70% is reasonable. So we're in the manageable range po. In fact, Japan would have a debt to GDP ratio close to 300%. US mga 200%. So hindi po nakakatakot yung debt to GDP ratio na yan.
Well, at any rate, Mr. Chairman, siguro experts din naman yung nag-come up no 60% noon eh. They're also knowledgeable people, 60%. So, and then we should not take some consolation from the fact that we are in the company of nations who are also above this threshold level, di ba? So, pare-pareho tayo may problema, so that means okay lang. But at any rate, okay, binigay sa atin ni National Treasurer yung mga factors that we should not be that worried siguro, but I think we should be a little bit worried. How come we cannot bring down the actual the amount, the absolute amount?
Sir, kasi po, di ba, deficit pa po tayo. So, meaning to say, we have to continue to borrow to finance our budget. So, ngayon po, di ba sa 2023, ang projected deficit po natin is 1.5 trillion. Sa 2024 po, ang naka-program is 1.356 trillion. So ito po yung inuutang natin na additional incremental debt to be able to finance our budget. Yun po. Kaya
Kaya
dumadagdag
nga,
po.
precisely, the budget process starts with the President's budget eh. Hawak na executive branch yan eh. So, if the plan is to, in spite of all of these positive conditions, just to keep on increasing debt because we should not be worried, then you tell us if that is the plan of the executive branch. The budget process starts with the executive branch.
Yeah. If I may, Mr. Chair, I think a country is just like a household or a firm. A country, the country, like, just like us, has so much development needs. Infrastructure lang, but if you want to grow, we have to access external or internal resources if we want to grow fast. We can grow at the rate without borrowing, or but we will be content with 1%, 2%, 3% growth. Is that the growth we want? Obviously, we will not be able to become even an upper middle income country in the next 20 years if that's the only growth that we are aspiring for. Similarly, for a household, for a firm, they borrow to expand, grow rapidly. The only problem is if you borrow it, if you use it wastefully, then you'll be in trouble. And I think that's our the problems in the past. But I think this time naman we are trying to put in place is governance structure that allow us to grow with the debt. As long as I think it's the same measure that private sector uses. As long as the economy expands much more than faster than the debt, that ratio should fall over time. And I think that's what we are watching, and that's what we have indicated in our medium-term development framework, that we would want to see this debt stock as a proportion of our economy falling over time. Your Honor.
Put
Segment, go
additional
ahead.
perspective on the deficit versus the need for investment. Our deficit target under the medium-term fiscal program is 5.1 this year, and then 4.1 next year, 3.5 in 2026, 3.2 in 2027, and 3% by the end of the president's term. Can you imagine if we don't spend for infrastructure 5 to 6%? A surplus ho tayo. Surplus. But we need to invest to expand the economy. Yun po kailangan. Because we always complain, we suffer in comparison with our Asian neighbors. But they have been investing for a long, long time. Around 10% of their GDP. Okay? Ito nga 5 to 6% lang tayo. No? Kasi if we don't spend for infra, surplus na tayo. Diba? Ganun po yun.
Thank you, Secretary. Yung percentages natin on the deficit, if we go to historical data, are we actually incurring deficits lower than the projection or higher than the projection?
I look at the most recent number before the before President Duterte invested heavily, mga 3% lang po. Yun, we observe that eh. Yung pong 3% deficit to GDP ratio at saka 60% debt to GDP ratio, parehong qualification requirement ho yun ng mga countries who would like to join the EU. That's a sound baseline po.
So meaning to say, once upon a time, we could have qualified for the EU, Mr. Secretary? Except for geography. Except for geography, yeah.
But right now,
Is that the claim of our
Mr. Chairman, if you
economic
look at
managers?
the EU communities now, most of their countries,
The average in the EU, what's the average ratio?
no, they fail to satisfy the 60%.
So they're above the 60%.
Oh, mga Greece, they're more than 100%.
I think, with your permission, Minority Leader, I think one indicator that's also is not mentioned enough is Treasurer Leah, how long have you been at the Treasury? Oh, were you there in 04? No, I want to compare kasi in 04, I remember in 2004 when I first entered Congress, the national budget, we were spending about 30% for paying interest, for loan servicing. And now we're paying 11%. So for me, that's a sign, even if we're borrowing in absolute terms at a higher level relative to the budget, we're able to use that borrowing in a productive manner because it's plowed back into spending rather than just servicing debts. So yun lang, I just wanted to add that, Your Honor.
Sige po. Well, at any rate, siguro the best proof that we are spending our debts, putting our debts to wise expenditures would be if we are able to bring down the absolute level of our debt. Siguro darating tayo dyan, Mr. Secretary. Ilang taon po? What is our projection? Lifetime of our children?
No, I can only speak of this administration kasi that may be the next administration. But this administration will be around 50-51 by the end of the president's term, Your Honor.
Oo, pero ano yun eh, debt to GDP ratio yun eh. So,
With your permission, Your Honors, just want to acknowledge our majority leader, Senator Joel. Good morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think it's smart na shoot for zero debt. I think matagal pa ho yun kung in your lifetime.
No, I'm not saying bring down the 15 trillion na ba, Secretary Le? 15, ngayon, by the end of, so let's say, round off na lang natin 15 trillion. I'm not saying bring it down to zero, but the absolute amount is going down. Ayun sana. So, I take no consolation from the debt to GDP ratio. Patasin mo yung GDP mo, bababa kagad yung ratio eh. Paakyat pa si debt, bababa eh. So, it's...
With your permission, Minority Leaders, Senate President Pro Tem.
With the permission of the minority leader, just an interjection. Perhaps the economic team, it would be helpful for us to understand as well, to find out whether of this 15 trillion debt, what has been allocated to infrastructure spending, to capital outlay, and which of the current debts perhaps are used for PS, and which are used for further debt payments. Because if it's used for the economy to plow back so that jobs can be created for projects, then that's good. Siguro, doon natin tignan ang lente ng pag-uutang, hindi ba? Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader.
Well, anyway, si Secretary kasi, our NEDA Secretary General compared the budgeting of the country to a budgeting of a household. So, imagine yung household buried in debt. So, para mas maintindihan nga ng ating mga kababayan na yan, kanya kadelikado ang ating sitwasyon. But I hope that the actual financial situation of the country will be explained to the people kung ano ng sitwasyon. Even with that debt. What is our population? What's our official population number? Who knows, Secretary?
Roughly 110 million, 115 na.
115, oh, sige. Kasi I used 117 eh, so...
The national statistician here.
Sorry, 112.
Oh, 112. Ginamit ko yung total debt divided by population, 120,000 na yung figure ko using 117 million Filipinos. So with 112 million Filipinos, mas mataas pa pala yung per capita debt natin. Ganun po yung mangyayari dyan. But at any rate, Mr. President, can I now go to yung poverty incidence, I think, was mentioned eh. Kasi part of the MTFF yun to bring it down to single digit by what year?
2028.
2028, end of the term. How do we define what is the threshold number for to say that the family or the person is below the poverty threshold and hence to be counted in the poverty incidence number?
For a family of five, the current threshold is about 12,000 pesos for per month. Okay, but again, let me emphasize again that we are using this measure or this threshold to track changes in the number of poor people over time. It's not meant as to serve as the basis for setting wages or for defining living wage or not that sort. We can have another threshold, but as long as we keep the threshold constant and nag-adjust lang for inflation, that's what is important for us.
Who gave us the threshold?
This is an output of an interagency work. It starts with defining what's the energy requirement, nutrient
Yes.
requirements of a family to be.
So currently, that's our threshold. No? Okay, interagency determined. And given that threshold or that definition, what's our current poverty incidence rate, Mr. Secretary?
The last number we have
As of
as of the 2021 is the last
2020.
nationally representative survey. We do this every 2 years now, every 2 years. So the 2023 data will come in December, the first half of the year, for the first half of the year. And for the 2021 figures, that the poverty incidence or the rate of or the proportion of people deemed poor is about 18%. And in our program we aim to reduce that to at least 9%.
Yes. Basta below 10, sabi niyo single digit, di ba? Parang ganun. Or is it sa MTFF, is it 9%? Did you say 9% or did you say single digit poverty?
Single digit.
Single digit. Okay. Sige. But we will know this. We will know if the Marcos administration achieve this only in 2030. Ano ba yan?
Every 2 years we measure poverty, but if you give us more money, we can measure it every year. It's rather expensive to hold nationally representative surveys, especially that our surveys also are representative at the level of the province. So that's why it's a big sample and it's quite expensive.
How often do we change also the threshold, the amount, Mr. Secretary?
Every time there is a survey, we change it. We adjust it for inflation, so that the purchasing power of that bundle is kept intact.
Kaya nga at 12,000 plus 18% belong to the poverty threshold. And as mentioned by our majority leader, that 12,000 I think is even below the current minimum wage. And there must be some sense in fixing a minimum wage. So that means that is actually the minimum amount that person or that family or his family needs to live decently. Ilagay ko sa quotation marks po yung decently. So the actual poverty incidence rate must be bigger than 18% because our threshold number is unrealistic already, Secretary.
If we adopt a higher standard, then obviously the poverty incidence will be higher. But let me note that these numbers, this poverty incidence is comparable to what most countries at stages of development like us use. And that's because we want to also compare ourselves how we are performing internationally. No? That's why there is that harmonizing of standards. But again, the way we actually use it, Mr. Chair, this poverty is when we examine how we are doing in terms of poverty reduction, we're actually not using just one number. we are we do sensitivity analysis. What if the poverty threshold is 10% higher? What if it's 10% lower? And we see whether the patterns that we are seeing is robust or not. If it is not robust, if the pattern changes with the threshold, then we are not really sure about what the impact of our policies are, no, and poverty reduction. But if what we see is regardless of the poverty threshold that we use, we see the same pattern, then more or less we are quite confident about the impacts of our programs on the poor.
For purposes of the MTFF, where the target is to have a single-digit poverty incidence rate by the end of the Marcos administration in 2028, what are you using? That amount. That amount, yes.
This amount.
It's as simple as that amount,
Yeah.
the threshold amount.
Yeah.
Sige po, basta kinumpute ko, 610 pesos times 22 days, 13,000 na kagad, lampas na kagad, 13,400, lampas na kagad sa threshold natin. So I think what I'm trying to suggest, Mr. Secretary, is review the entire process para naman medyo realistic naman yung ano natin, garbage in, garbage out. If our thresholds, our standards are not realistic, then we are led to believe an imaginary world, Mr. Secretary. The poverty incidence rate must be higher than 18% than the one you reported. Sigurado ako dun. Kaya nga yung and then given that reality, are you adjusting now your MTFF targets or sticking to it? And if you're sticking to it, of course you underwent an analysis or a formula using 18% that you could halve it to 9%. But if it's higher, can you still do it using the same assumptions, processes, and analysis?
No, that's the whole point of the exercise, Mr. Chair, that we don't change the formula, we don't change the process in between games, because otherwise you will not be able to monitor properly how you are progressing. What you do change is the purchasing power of the whatever the bundle that we start with. We adjust every time we issue a poverty incidence report. We adjust for the cost of living changes, no, for inflation. So yung for example, yung 13,000 natin ngayon, next year or even at the end, when we compute the poverty incidence for this year, mas mataas na yung kaysa yung 13,000. Kasi may inflation eh.
So thank you, Secretary. You know why I went to the definition of who are poor, what is poverty? Because I'd like to also question your employment rate. Okay, I will, the majority leader, I will, bukas ba? Pursue mo to bukas. He will also pursue this subject matter tomorrow. Yung employment rate, Secretary, employment rate would be the difference between 100% minus the unemployment rate. Tama po yun, di ba? And then the reported unemployment rate is less than 5% for something.
Tama.
I mean, so how do we define who is employed? Doon ako, because my reality, pwede nyo sabihin mali din yung reality ko, but my reality does not affirm that less than 5% unemployed. Ang dami pong unemployed. Metro Manila pa lang yan. Kung pumunta pa ako sa probinsya, baka mas marami pa. Unless there is something wrong with our definition of who is employed.
No, let me note, Mr. Chair, that the standards that we used for our employment statistics, for the construction of our employment statistics, follow the international standard, the ILO. Okay, so that's one. So it's not the practice that we do, how we measure employment is not unique to us. It's applied everywhere. Number two is yung unemployment rate comes starts with the definition of the labor force. Sino yung members ng labor force? You must be actively looking for work and wanting more work even if you are employed, if you are members of the labor force. So by definition, yung mga estudyante, hindi ho members ng labor force dahil they're not looking for work. All right? Now, 15 and above, 15 and above, yeah, and the reckoning is 15 years and above. So even senior citizens like many of you here, many of us here, are still employed by definition.
Maraming na-offend si,
Right.
na-offend si
Okay.
Majority Leader Sec.
Right. So and then so yun yung denominator ho, yung labor force ang denominator when we compute the unemployed or the employed. Okay. So it's not the population yung yung denominator. And then yung as I have pointed out in every time I use the labor statistics, I always point out that it's not so much the unemployment rate that is our problem. Because ang baba na ho ng unemployment rate natin compared to even developed countries like the US, mga unemployment rate around sa unemployment rate na natin. No? But what is different is the quality of employment they have versus the quality of our employment. That's what we are trying to address in this PDP. We need to improve the quality of employment so that when you're employed, you can really earn enough decent returns, incomes to give a decent life. So that's the force. I won't belabor, mababa yung unemployment rate, you may not believe it, but that's not the point. The point is we need to create higher quality, better jobs.
Secretary, so even with that definition, alam ko sa even yung labor participation yata rate yan no. Meron din yata yung cut off sa age eh. May cut off, hindi na counted yung mga 70s or maybe even
Ang working age natin na sinasabi natin officially is 15 to 65.
yeah, may cut off 60 yata. Okay.
15 to 65.
Okay. So, but even with that clarification, Secretary, my reality does not match that less than 5% unemployment rate. And then at least during the presentation of that Secretary, sabi niya, aminado naman tayo, it's the quality of the work, no? The employment, which, so because of the siguro napakababang standard or napakababaw na definition, ang isang tao na hindi quality ang employment or hindi sufficient yung number of hours na employed siya, counted as employed siya. So, but if this is the case for the international standard, siguro if we can exercise our own judgment and come up with our own system of measuring this real employment and unemployment rates in the country, pati underemployment.
Mr. Chair, when we use labor statistics or employment statistics like unemployment rate, you should, and if you want to describe the conditions in the labor market, you should not be just looking at the unemployment rate. Look at other indicators, unemployment rate, underemployment rate. The underemployment rate is a better measure, in fact, of the quality of employment. But even that doesn't really capture the nature of the problem of our workers. No, we are proposing, or we have indicated our PDP another measure which more or less or broadly reflect the quality of work, and that is the share of salaried and salaried workers in the total number of workers. Those are the ones employed in fully, in manufacturing, in the formal service sector. Yeah. So if you are seeing an increase in that ratio, then we are succeeding in generating better, higher quality jobs rather than informal jobs or self-employed employment or work, no? Like in the rural sector.
Thank you, Secretary, but at least, we will try to come up with our own definition, our own methodology, our system of measurement. So, Mr. Chairman, we have other colleagues who want to start their questioning. Siguro, can I just telegraph my questions for the second round to the DBM Secretary? Ma'am, I looked at your presentation. I saw some numbers doon na jumping up and down eh. Merong mga volatile numbers doon. I will ask kung bakit yung iba sa NEP ng NEP 2023 tapos GAA 2023 tumaas, tapos sa NEP 2024 binaba naman natin pababa ulit sa level ng NEP 2023. So I will just ask tomorrow about these entries para po mapaghandaan po ninyo. So Chairman, thank you for the liberal for the
Very
time
liberal when it comes to the minority, Your Honor. Thank you, Minority Leader. Before I recognize the Majority Leader, I think Senator Bato said he wanted to make a short point. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hindi na sana ako magtanong dahil lumampas na sa time ni Minority Leader yung tungkol sa utang lang, Mr. Chairman. Kasi, Mr. Chairman, maraming Pilipino ngayon na kagaya ko na hindi ka-label ninyo yung utak pagdating sa mga ganitong bagay. Gusto ko lang sana maliwanagan sila patungkol ito sa utang natin kasi alam mo maraming mga fake news, maraming totoong news naglabasan at sabi nila kawawa pa na tayo, hindi pa pinanganak yung apo ko, may ganito ng utang kasi yung per capita ng debt natin is ganito na pala kalaki. So, meron nagsasabi na mahirap na mas maganda siguro kung mas manganak tayo ng maraming anak kasi para lumaki yung population natin at pag lumaki yung population, mas marami maghahati-hati sa utang, mas mababa yung per capita na utang natin sa yung simpleng pinubre na pag-iisip. Manganak na mas marami para yung per capita debt natin bababa. The bigger the population, mas marami maghati-hati sa utang. So, ang tanong ko lang sa economic team natin is tama ba sir na sabihin natin sa mga Pilipino na nanonood ngayon na pagdating sa national debt natin, yung panic. Walang problema, kaya natin ito. Is that okay, pagsabihin natin sa mga Pilipino na okay magpanik dyan, utang lang yan. Wala namang, sabi nila, wala nagkukulong sa utang. Pero sa totoo, maraming pobre na kulong sa utang. Di ba, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Ang panik. Utang lang yan. Kayang-kaya ng gobyerno natin yan. Is that okay na makarating sa ating mga kababayan? Kasi pinag-usapan natin itong utang eh.
Salamat po sa
Thank you po, sir. Thank you.
inyong
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Yung pangutang, as we mentioned, hindi naman po nakakatakot yung 60% of our GDP ay reasonable po yan, manageable, at saka pinaliwanag po ng treasurer natin na yung the way we borrow money, hindi po ganon, mga long term po yon at saka fixed po yung interest rate, hindi yung floating interest rate, na pag tumaas yung pag sumama yung ekonomiya, tumataas yung interest rate, hindi po ganon ang pangungutang natin. At saka the way to look at the budget, sir, is sabi ko nga, yung deficit natin, pinabababa nga natin magiging 3%. But if you notice the composition of the budget, it's mostly investment. We are committed to invest at least 5 to 6% of our GDP for infrastructure. Napakalaking bagay po noon kasi patuloy pong lalago ekonomiya natin. So makikinabang po naman dyan, lalo makikinabang yung mga mahihirap. And if you look at the composition of the budget, it's talagang pro-poor po yan. Kasi the way to look at the impact of the budget on any individual is magkano bang binabayad kong buwis at magkano ang benefit ko sa budget na ito. Kung ikaw mahirap, hindi po naman napakalaki yung binabayad yung buwis but you get a lot of benefit, free education, free healthcare, social protection measures. Ganun po yun. In fact, hanggang ngayon na, free na rin yung college hindi ho ba? So yun po, that's the way you should look at the budget. Magkano yung binabayad kong buwis at magkano ang benefit ko dito sa budget na ito. At palagay ko pag tinignan yung ganun, makikinabang po, maraming mahihirap.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, don't panic, mga Pilipino. Utang mo yan.
Have babies, Senator De La Rosa. Have babies. para mahati yung utang. Thank you, Vice Chair Senator Bato. Majority Leader?
I was told that Senator Amy Marcos would like to say something about the national debt.
Okay.
I would give way, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Without belaboring the subject, kasi tulad nga ni Bato, kailangan ipaliwanag natin sa ating mamamayan bakit lumulobo yung utang. Dahil at the height of the pandemic in 2020, the country borrowed a total of 2.74 trillion. Nandito na tayo 2024. And we will borrow a total of 3.081 trillion. Ang tanong ng taong bayan, bakit pa nagungutang na napakalaki na lampasan na natin yung pandemya? Nasagot partially ni Secretary Balisacan at sinabi niya na infrastructure. Pero kapag tinignan mo naman yung infrastructure, yung sinasabing 5.9% ng total napupunta sa investment infrastructure, ang katanungan naman na talagang hindi maintindihan, nung panahon naman ni Presidente Duterte, ganyan din ang numero, hindi naman nadagdagan. On top of which, ang dami-dami pa natin inutang para sa bakuna. Bakit tuloy-tuloy ang pangungutang natin samantalang tapos ng tinatawag na pandemic?
I think kasi yung sa bakuna, we stop borrowing money for that. In fact, baka susuli pa natin. Meron po tayong mga unutilized loans sa COVID. We are going to return them to sa ADB, ganun, sa World Bank. No? Patuloy po tayong nanghihiram for the infra. I think if I'm not mistaken, 20% po ng ating budget, 20% is infra. 21.6.
Maybe we should get a listing of the 21.6 po. Kasi ang bilang namin, nasa 5.9% lang. Exactly as you stated.
5.9 of GDP po. GDP. But it is around 21% of the budget. Of the budget.
Siguro yun ang kailangan natin natin pagkat hindi nga natin maintindihan kung bakit ganun kalaki samantalang nalampasan na natin yung pandemya. At yun nga, the Treasury is projected to increase its cash position by 863 billion through loans as budgetary support to fund all the programs. But considering the lower than expected economic performance, the revenue will inevitably decrease as well. So how do we justify, once again, the additional borrowing given a poorer collection rate than expected? Yung project ninyo last year, iba kasi sa nangyaring actual I don't know who will answer.
I will answer. Yung pong, I think we should not overreact to the slowdown in the second quarter because as RC said, we still think we can make the 6 to 7% macroeconomic assumptions, and our assumption is that we will continue to grow at between 6.5 to 8%. Yung pong second quarter assumption is because nga of the higher spending the previous year. Kasi ang term mo ang statistics is lagi year on year. You compare this quarter to the quarter last year. And that was election year. And historically, makikita ninyo na yung final year ng any president, sumisirit talagang gano'n ang ekonomiya. And then the following first year ng bumababa po. Okay? So let's not overreact to that slowdown in the second quarter po.
Earlier, nasabi na long-term at saka fixed ang interest rate. Pero naalala ko na yung interest rates na pinag-uusapan last year were at 3%, 4%. Ngayon, yung computation natin magbabago kasi tumaas hanggang 6.5%. Kahit sabihin pa ninyo na 5%. Yung realidad nasa 5.5 to 6.5. So, meron ba tayong listahan para mapatunay na talagang 5% na lamang ang average? Hindi naman lumulobo. Kasi halos doble to 3% yung pinag-uusapan last year. Ang realidad, nasa 6.5 eh.
Actually, ma'am, yung pong sa interest rate po natin, kung titignan, versus po nung sa pre-pandemic, we're just at the same level. Kasi nga po, nakikita mo, given the credit rating, yung pong creditworthiness ng Philippines, hindi po nag-increase yung po sinasabing premium over the credit ng Pilipinas. So, na-maintain po natin yon given already our credit rating as well. Ngayon din po, sa ating mga domestic borrowing, we
So
still
you're saying we can afford to borrow even in this high interest climate?
Yeah, so
Is that what you're saying?
Hindi po namin
Kasi
nakita.
dati last year sabi niyo, pag naging mahal yung interest, di na tayo mangungutan, di na natin kakayanin eh.
What we're saying po, ma'am, na yung pong interest rate na nakukuha po natin ngayon is already same as yung po sa pre-pandemic. Unang-una po, nakikita
Pero
na...
sabi mo 5%, yung pre-pandemic natin umaapak ng 3 to 4. Paano naging pareho yun?
Hindi naman po kasi po, ma'am, nung pong sa pre-pandemic, we're also around 4 to 5%. Ngayon po, ang isa pong why we are borrowing low, lalo na po sa domestic, nakikita sa auction na lang po, makikita natin na we are still flush with liquidity. So, yung pong panghihiram,
Masarap naman pakinggan talaga, flush with liquidity. Feeling mayaman tayo ngayon ah.
Hindi po yung tayo, kundi the market, the domestic market po.
Natuwa kasi ako doon sa flush with liquidity.
Yung po,
Wala lang.
So, we're able to already bring down the interest rate. Nung nakita, even this afternoon po, nung nag-auction tayo, nakita namin na we're able to really can even afford to cut down yung sa auction rate sa aming mga auctions para maibaba pa po yung interest rate. Pangalawa po, nung po nag-issue po kami nung ROP, mga dollar loans natin last January, ang order book po for the Philippines, $28 billion and we only borrowed $3 billion. So that means malaki po yung order book, pwede po natin i-compress in terms of the spread that the investors are asking for.
Okay.
So parang sinasabi po natin ngayon na ang Philippines, in a way, given already the way investors perceive our creditworthiness, that we can afford them to ask for a lower spread levels po. So that would also bring down, kahit na tumataas po yung US Treasuries, as long as our premium is also being reduced.
Okay. Mahihingi na lang siguro ako ng 21.6% ng GAA na sinasabi nasa infrastructure at siguro from the BSP head, kung maaari, yung 6.25% na interest, i-maintain po ba natin yan o tuloy-tuloy o tataas pa po? Dahil yan rin ang sinisisi sa bagsak na economic performance ng second quarter po.
Magandang tanong yan. Yung 6.25.
Kayong maging manghuhula po.
Yung ang nag-uusapan doon yung real rate, no? So yung 6.25%, tanggalin natin yung target na 3%. So ang real rate ng pangungutang 3.25. Medyo bababa pa yon. Yung estimate natin ng yung tamang-tama lang for the long run for an economy growing as fast as ours, nasa 6.8. Yun ang medyo delikado na pag lumagpas pa tayo doon. So 3.8 real in real terms.
So hanggang 6.8 tolerable, sabi ninyo?
In real terms.
In real terms, ma'am.
In real.
Yeah.
Real meaning?
Nominal.
Tulog po ako.
Nominal
Sabi
minus.
nyo real ngayon is 3.25. Yung 6.25 hindi po totoo. Parang ganon.
Ay 6.25 nominal minus the inflation rate.
That minus inflation.
Nagiging real.
So pwede kayong tumaas ng 6.8% na real or
nominal.
improves?
Nominal 6.8.
Sa nominal.
Oo, hindi pa yun makakasabagal sa economy at that.
Kinabahan na naman ako kung real na naman po. Dahil hindi na naman tayo mayaman yan.
Yeah.
Opo.
Nominal.
Okay po. The treasurer also mentioned the peso to dollar exchange rate, which is slowly creeping up to over 57 pesos, far above the DBCC projections. Does it affect our debt payments and the numbers contained in the GAA submitted to the Senate? Yeah, the question was, yung exchange rate natin, DBCC pegged it at a lower rate. We're now going beyond 57 pesos to the dollar. Malayo na yun sa mga numerong binigay ninyo sa amin. So how will this affect the debt payments? Lolobo pa ba yan? As it is, di ba? 15% increase na. Pag bumagsak pa rin ang presyo, bumagsak pa rin ang halaga ng peso, mas lalong lolobo yung interest and other payments.
Ang average po, ang assumption natin is 53 to 57.
Yes, but we're now
Pero ang
beyond 57.
importante po, average for the year. So we're still within the range po.
Yes, we have more local loans than dollar.
Saka ma'am, in the
Is there a
treasury,
way to get a breakdown on those long-term and fixed interest loans as well as the domestic versus foreign?
we can provide ma'am.
Yes, if you would. Thank you very much. Last question na lang by way of information, Joel. Kay Secretary Amina, may sinabi po kayo kanina na ang sabi at utos ng World Bank, dapat manatili sa 5% itong unprogrammed natin. Bakit? At saan nila sinabi? Dahil dati, alam ko, lampas 5% tayo sa unprogrammed. Suntok sa buwan, ala chamba, kontento na kami. Pero ngayon, bakit may sinasabing 5% unprogrammed?
That is, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that's the rule of thumb of IMF when we went to the IMF during the spring meetings. Because we had a meeting with them for technical assistance po on some of our national government projects po.
Okay, was
They
it a
mentioned-
suggestion or was it an order?
It's actually a standard that they actually recommend to countries.
The first time ko kasi narinig. At
Kami
alam
din
ko
po.
naman yung mga unprogrammed dati, talagang lalaki eh.
Opo.
Pero okay lang sa amin kasi natutuwa kami kahit paano nakalista. Ngayon, sabi mo 5%, paano kaya yun? Talaga bang mananatili tayo sa... Pag hindi tayo sumunod, papaluin ba tayo?
Hindi naman po, but at least it's a form of discipline just like what Senator Coco mentioned a while ago po.
The question lang kasi first time ko narinig yung ganon. Obligado ba tayo dyan? Hindi naman.
Opo.
Oo. At walang palo so far.
Wala pong palo.
Okay. Joel. Asa na si Joel?
Mr. Chair, maikling interjection.
Yeah, since the majority leader stepped out briefly. Go ahead, Senator Risa, Vice Chair.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Kaya halos pinaka-importanting parte ng budget debates, kahit sa amin sa minority, itong DBCC briefing. Kasi ito po yung tutuntungan namin to work with our chair, with the whole majority, the whole Senate to come up with a budget. And ang pakiramdam ko po ngayon, nasa krisis pa po yung bansa natin. And kailangan natin ng budget na realistically tutugon doon. Kaya madali po sigurong sabihin, wag tayong mag-alala sa utang. Pero tulad ni Sen Coco, nag-alala po ako. And sa totoo lang, hindi po tayo dapat mag-over-promise kung nag-under-deliver pa. Kasi pakiramdam po talaga ng karamihan, I think, kung makikinggan po natin yung iba't ibang sectors, nasa krisis po sila at nag-aalap po sila. Hindi pa sila nakikinabang talaga sa kompletong libreng healthcare, yung mga problema sa edukasyon, damang-dama pa rin nila. Hindi pa rin nila naranasan na magmura na ang pagkain ni pamasahe, ni yung kita ng mga jeepney drivers natin. And in terms of social protection, yun na nga, hindi pa nila pakiramdam na protektado sila. So yun lang, I'm really looking forward to the whole, as usual, budget process every year sa pamumuno ng chair namin. Pero together with my minority leader, I would appreciate more candor and yung realistic ko talagang what state we are in. Otherwise, hindi rin po kami makakatulong ng ganap to come up with also a realistic and effective budget. No? Normal lang po talaga mag-alala sa utang kasi nga people don't feel protected. And I think we need to stay in touch with that. So salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is the majority leader, but I was going to ask his permission. Can we give them a health break of a few minutes? If not, I don't think
Sure, Mr.
some of them might just do the same way you're able
So we
to.
also need
Yeah.
a health break because I
Okay.
heard about the unprogrammed, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Please,
Yeah,
please.
with your
please.
permission, the Majority Leader, just a 5 minutes for a health break for our resource persons. I'll come back in 5 minutes. We'll suspend the briefing. Thank you. pages to close the doors, please, para we can have some orderly continue with our hearing. So I think we'd like to recognize our Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that we can adjourn some of the sessions going around the four corners of this auditorium.
We ask the pages to enforce order for those standing, please. If they cannot sit down and respect the discussion, then they should be escorted out, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at the onset, may I just put on record what we have heard so far in as far as this DBCC briefing is concerned. In 2022, our economy has rebounded and achieved its highest growth rate since 1976. During the first quarter of 2023, robust investment in private consumption drove growth by 6.4%, supported by rising employment, expanding production and retail sales, and brisk private and public construction. We also saw a decrease in the unemployment rate from 5.4% in 2022 to right now 4.5% June of 2023. We also saw a downtrend in the headline inflation from 6.4% in July 2022, 4.7% in July 2023. Total foreign investments approved in the first quarter of 2023 is 172.7 billion pesos, far from 8.98 billion pesos in the same quarter of 2022. So kung susumahin po natin, Mr. Chairman, ang mga datos na ito mula sa napakaraming hamon na hinaharap ng ating bansa mula nung pandemya, malayo-layo na po yung narating natin. Sa pagbusisi po natin ng budget at kalagayan ng ating mga programa sa gobyerno, nais ko po sanang maging gabay lang yung tatlong bagay sumusunod. Una, yung kasabay ba ng pagsulong ng ekonomiya ang pag-unlad ng antas ng pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan? Pangalawa, kasabay ba ng pagbaba ng unemployment rate ang pagdami ng ating mga kababayang may maayos at permanenteng trabaho at sapat na kita? And last but not the least, kasabay ba talaga ng pagbaba ng inflation rate at dami ng mga gustong mamumuhunan sa bansa ang pagkakaroon ng kumpiyansa ng ating mga kababayan sa estabilidad ng kanilang kinabukasan? With that, Mr. Chairman, nais kong magsimula. And following the questions raised by our minority leader, if you look at the unemployment rate projections, tinitignan ko po.
With your permission, Majority, I just wanted to acknowledge one of the committee vice chairs, Senator Grace po. Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead.
And Senator Cayetanos, the two.
Alan was acknowledged earlier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, let me just point out dito sa table 1, if we can show the table. Yung unemployment rate for 2024, nakalagay po dyan, yung nandyan din yung pre-pandemic at pandemic at post-pandemic. Gusto lang po nating malaman ano po yung mga factors that were considered in your projected. As I recall, ang projected unemployment rate is 4.4% to 4.7%. Unemployment rate for 2024. Gusto lang natin na malaman kasi po, ang susunod na tanong dyan ay anong sectors o what sectors will the bulk of employment opportunities come from? Because dyan sa table 2 naman, nakalagay po dyan kasi yung unemployment rate, ayan po, yung sa table 2, yung sa unemployment rate the past 10 years. Tapos yung sa table 3, pag tinignan po natin, from 2017 to 2021, around 60% of jobs come from services sector, while jobs from the agricultural and industrial sectors combined account for the remaining 40%. So yung next question po, una, saang sector natin hinahanap yung mga trabaho na malilikha at gagawin? And just for the record, this Senate already passed the National Employment Strategic Plan. We are just awaiting for the House version. I heard it's already in the plenary, and hopefully in the next few days they will be able to pass it. So again, we wanted to find out saang sectors yung bulk of employment opportunities, at pangalawa, given this data, what are the strategies that will be adopted in 2024 to capture the employment generation potential nung binabanggit natin agricultural and industrial sectors? Thank you.
Let me respond to that first question of Honorable Joel Villanueva. As we have pointed out earlier, the thrust of the Philippine Development Plan is to create not just more employment opportunities, regardless of sector, but the quality, better and higher quality jobs. And of course, we know that for that to happen, nothing less than aggressive push for investment must take place. That's why the administration has been working very hard to change the investment climate so that not our domestic investors, capitalists, and foreign investors can invest in the country rather than elsewhere. The second part of that is the employability of our workers. There's so much work to do there, especially in creating opportunities where you get those high quality jobs, no? And the problem that we are seeing in our labor market is that big mismatch between what our educational institutions are producing and what the emerging employment opportunities, especially those fast evolving, this new employment opportunities associated with digital technology, green economy, and so on. No? Okay, so it's not so much that we focus on one sector, but the whole idea is to raise the overall productivity of the economy, whether it's in agriculture or manufacturing or in services. But clearly, if we look at the lessons of history, we find that when you have, for a country like us at this stage of our development, if you have a vibrant manufacturing sector, that's where you get a lot of kick for poverty reduction. I think that we have not lost that sector. We have seen it performing sluggishly over the decades, but I think that if we address the constraints that the private sector has been raising over and over again as what are preventing them from investing in our industries and our manufacturing, is the high cost of doing business, high cost of energy, poor infrastructure, and so on and so forth. No? And I think if you look at our push for industrialization, for what we are calling a socioeconomic transformation, it's addressing those constraints. And so that's how we see this. We want to market to advance this socioeconomic agenda, Mr. Chair. Is really about creating higher quality jobs.
Thank you, Secretary. No, I just came from a 4-hour hearing. I was chairing the Committee on Higher and Technical Education this morning, and we were tackling the Philippine Qualifications Framework, the lifelong learning. I'm with Senators Pia Cayetano and our chair, Senator Sani Angara, as one of the commissioners in the Education Commission. That's really a very challenging task. In fact, we just found out that the level 1 descriptor in Thailand is already our level 2 descriptor. And if you look at the data, tama ho kayo, hindi dapat masyadong pinagtutuunan ng pansin na, ang baba ng percentage ng ating unemployment rate. But you are correct in pointing out we are after quality and employability. In Thailand, they have about 1% unemployment rate in 2022. Singapore, 2.1%. Vietnam, 2.4%. Malaysia, 3.6% based on IMF data. Now, another thing that I'd like to point out is the notorious unemployment rate in the Philippines when it comes to seasonality, Mr. Chairman. Based on PSA data, the unemployment rate is usually low during peak seasons like Christmas season, and then unemployment increases again after this. For example, you look at, can we flash this into the screen, table 4, from August 22 to December 2022, our unemployment rate went down consistently from 5.3% to 4.3%. And then it went up again to 4.8% in January 2023. So my next question, Your Honor, distinguished Secretary, what are the plans of the government, programs and policies that will address this seasonality of employment?
Seasonality is particularly evident in agriculture, no?
Tourism also, tourism.
As well as tourism. So clearly, creating employment opportunities outside of these sectors, in many more sectors, is the primary consideration. But even in agriculture, for example, in the absence of irrigation in my region, Ilocos region, you have a clear, distinct wet and dry season. So if you don't have an irrigation system, you can only plant during the wet season, right? But you know, you can, and so you will be unemployed for the rest of the or underemployed. But if you can get irrigation systems, then farmers can plant twice, 3 times a year, and you get fully employed the whole year round. Things like that. Logistics is very important, and connectivity. If you can connect the leading areas like Metro Manila, even Central Luzon, the Calabar Zone, with other regions of the country through efficient road network systems, transport systems, then you can be like Thailand, where you know, in Bangkok, metropolitan Bangkok, 1/3 of the population there are not from Bangkok. They come in and out of Bangkok to work because they have a good transport system, railway system, and that's the focus of this administration is, and this order of the president for us is to focus on railways. And so we are now planning for this railway going all the way from Manila, all the way to the north, Cagayan, and all the way to as far as you can go in the south. And we must start doing that, working on that. That way you can connect agricultural areas in Isabela and Cagayan to where consumers are. And railway is still the most efficient, cost-efficient way of moving goods and people. So we must prioritize on those ones.
I totally agree, Secretary, and perhaps just to leave the topic, because I just wanted to have two more topics, Mr. Chairman, so I can...
May I just ask one question to the Majority Leader?
He agrees, yeah, with your permission, Sandro.
Depends, Mr. President. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I don't think he should leave that topic. It's a very interesting topic. Can we start at 4 o'clock so that everyone will have enough time to pursue your topic?
4 a.m.?
Can we start the session at 4 p.m. since there is still a line here and this is one of our...
I already asked my staff to coordinate with our Senate President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Majority.
We'll do that right away.
Because your questions are quite interesting.
Thank you. But I'll be very brief. As I was saying a while ago, it's important that we sustain and improve our current unemployment rate of 4.5%. 2 more things, Mr. Chairman. Mabilis lang po ako. Tomorrow, I'll try, I do my best na doon na lang i-raise itong mga sinasabi. Kasi maganda ho yung sinabi ni Secretary Balisacan, but in reality, ideally, that's what we wanted to accomplish, pero hindi po nangyayari. I'll go to that later, no? And siguro, as a preliminary statement, babanggitin ko yung nakaraang baha. Ang laki ho ng epekto sa amin, sa Bulacan. And banggitin ko yun. But before that, yun yung pangatlo ko, Mr. Chairman. Yung pangalawa ko, very important. I do this every year. All my colleagues here will attest that I do this every year. Na kung saan, tinatanong ko ho, kasi every year, tinitignan ko yung staffing summary. Ngayong 2024, ang staffing summary, total number of permanent positions for fiscal year 2024, is 1,979,564, of which 1,810,428 or only 91.45% positions are filled. Which means meron pa ring 169,136 items, close to 10%, are unfilled. As of June 30, 2022, there are a total of 642,077 job orders and contract of service workers in the government. Taon-taon lagi kong sinasabi ito, no? I just wanted to find out because last year, magkakasama rin po tayo sa DBCC hearing, we noted that 1 in 10 positions in the government is unfilled. In 2024, based on this staffing summary, there seems to be, Mr. Chairman, little or no improvement at all because almost 1 in 10 positions are still unfilled. So yung question ko, Mr. Chairman, what are the achievements of the government this year in terms of filling the unfilled positions and lessening the number of job orders, contract of service workers in the government? Mag-create ng mga pinakailangan po.
Mr. Chair, these are the... Kasama ba to?
Can we show the slide of filled and unfilled positions first, please? The Secretariat, can I? Sige, Secretary Mina, please.
Mr. Chair, these are the current initiatives for agencies that the DBM initiated to help agencies in filling up their vacant positions. First, Section 90 of the General Provisions of the Fiscal Year 2023 General Appropriations Act stipulates that the heads of departments, bureaus, offices, and instrumentalities under the executive branch shall adopt institutional strengthening measures to enhance the productivity and improve service delivery. For this purpose, agencies shall first conduct a comprehensive review of their respective mandates, missions, objectives, and functions, systems and procedures, and programs, activities, and projects. And second, identify areas where improvements are necessary as more resources needed to be rechanneled. Also, the DBM is implementing a scrap and build policy in the creation of positions for departments and agencies. Also, existing positions could also be proposed for conversion, reclassification into a more appropriate items by the agencies concerned. Agencies are also encouraged to appoint their respective qualified contract of service and job order workers to the vacant positions of the agencies, assuming they qualify for the...
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
US.
I understand what Secretary Mina is saying. I agree with her totally. Maganda yung patakaran na ninanais ng ating DBCC. Unfortunately, it looks like hindi ho sumusunod yung mga ahensya because at the end of the day, numbers don't lie. Until now, 169,136 items are still unfilled. Unfilled pa rin po. Almost 170,000 po ito. Now, you look at the job orders and contract of service, no? Siguro tingnan na lang po natin dito. 642,077 yung pong job order at contract of service. Tingnan po natin yung DPWH. Can we show the slide? Just show the different agencies. DPWH, for instance, Your Honors, has almost as twice as many job order contract of service workers than its career and non-career personnel. Ganyan ho kadami, Your Honors. The Department of Agriculture has an almost equal number of contractual and permanent personnel. Yan po yung nakalagay. So, Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chairman, sa ating mga pinagpipitaganan at ginagalang nating mga secretary ng DBCC, again, uulitin ko po, taon-taon, nakikita po tayo, ginagawa ko po ito lagi dito sa committee hearings, sa plenaryo, pero parang nagogoyo din po ako kasi laging nagko-commit sa akin, and I know, nag-commit din po sa akin ng mga secretaries natin dito, but it looks like hindi sumusunod yung mga nasa ehensya ng pamahalaan. Tingin ko po mahalaga na sundin natin ito, and ang susunod na katanong ko po kasi, what is the status now of the study being conducted by DBM regarding the right-sizing program of the government?
Mr. Chair, if I may, some of the departments here po, kaya po medyo malaki po yung kanilang mga JO at saka cost because they are project-based po. Kaya po tumataas yung kanilang mga JOs and COS. And yeah, we understand po, hindi po kasi nila ma-absorb yung mga ibang positions because they are project-based, especially po yung sa DPWH, DOTR, and even po yung sa DepEd and DOH po.
Ma'am, pag tinignan po natin yung mga empleyado na sinasabing project-based sa DPWH, mga gumagawa ng kalye, gumagawa ng kung ano-ano, taon-taon po yun ang trabaho nila talaga eh. Pag sinabi nating project-based, sa tagal ko hong chairman ng Committee on Labor, parang ito'y regular na trabaho, bakit sasabihin project-based? At bago magsalita si Senator Cynthia Villar na pinag-uusapan na namin kung bakit kung may JO at may contract of service, ako'y naging TESDA secretary eh. Lagi yung ginagamit ito pag the end of the year, gagamitin yan for yung unfilled position for bonus eh. Kaya ako natutuwa tayo na meron na pong patakaran ang DBM na ini-scrap na. 'Di ba? Yung ganitong mga uri ng na items na pag hindi niyo ginamit, i-scrap po 'yan. Which is a good thing, no, Your Honor.
May mga positions po kasi sa existing, kunyari po sa Department of Finance, although piecemeal po kasi yung approach ng mga departments, maybe we can provide them we can issue a guidance or a memorandum to all the departments po to already study their structure. Kasi po, for example, sa Department of Finance, sila po, nag-request na po sila ng pag-aayos ng kanilang mga positions because some of their positions na vacant, 10 taon na po siya vacant. So obviously po, hindi na po kinakailangan yung mga positions na yon. So pwede po yung gawing kunyari 100 yon, pwedeng gawing 50 na mas higher, na mas kailangan po nila. So ganun po. May mga ganun pong instances po sa mga departments at saka agencies po.
Bakit hindi na lang kayo mag-limit na yung job order ganung percentage lang? Di ba? And then review every year yung mga plantilla kung kailangan pa yon. Kasi ang chismis, kaya nila gina-job order, mas mura yon, tapos yung savings nila, binobonus nila.
It's not chismis, I can say.
So let's solve that kasi nakakahiya.
Mr. Chairman, just for some administrative matters, 3:30 na daw po yung session natin. At last item na po ako, magtatapos po ako. Promise ko sa inyo 3 issues lang. So, una yung binabanggit ko na sustaining and ensuring yung high quality jobs at continuous yung creation of jobs. Pangalawa, ito po. At nais po sana naming marinig yung inyong commitment na ganito yung gagawin natin as reiterated by Senator Villar.
We'll study po yung doon sa CAP po na recommendation ni Senator Villar, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Tatanggalin nyo yung mga item, yung plantilla na hindi nyo na kailangan para wala ng budget doon. Di ba?
Opo, pwede rin po yun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Villar. Last issue na lang, Mr. Chairman. as I promised, only 3 items. Very quick naman po yung discussion natin. On the impact of typhoons, binabanggit kanina ni Sec Balisacan yung importance ng connectivity, importance of convergence, of the programs of the different agencies of the government. We are all aware that on average, 20 tropical cyclones would enter the country. Based on Pag-asa's forecast, there's another 8 to 13 tropical cyclones that will enter the Philippines by the end of the year. Would just like to show a table, no, itong mga recent damages na nangyari sa atin from Typhoon Amang ng April, 50.84 million. Tapos itong huli, yung Egay, 5.4 billion pesos. Kung naririnig po ako nung may hawak ng... There you go. Salamat po. Gusto ko malaman, Mr. Chairman, how do you factor in typhoons and other natural disasters and the corresponding destruction that they cause in your economic projections? I remember, Sec RC, I think it was you who made mention during the deliberations sa House yata na ito yung tinatawag na itong natural disasters is one of the domestic risks to growth. Paano natin ito pina-factor, sir?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we normally, for purposes of estimating the impact of disasters, particularly typhoons, on our growth projections, particularly for agriculture, we use data on data on losses and damage from past incidents or episodes of typhoons, and also data from other countries. Yun yung, and then we do some sensitivity analysis and factor that in the estimate for a sector like agriculture. Agriculture and tourism, these are the two sectors that are quite vulnerable to typhoons in particular. No? So yun, and insofar as the recent floods and Typhoon Igay is concerned, as of the July data that I was looking at, the impact on the national income and GDP is not likely to be large. Because not yet, because it's still in the early stages.
Not yet, because we're still incurring.
Yeah, it's still.
Mr. Secretary, in my province alone, that's 700 million already. Just one typhoon of damages. And I am raising this, Mr. Chairman, Chairman of the Finance Committee. I think this is important because in Thailand, in 2011, Thailand's central bank changed its initial growth forecast of 4.1% to 2.6% after the massive flooding in Bangkok, which cost around $8.2 billion in the damages. And at the end of 2011, Thailand only registered a growth rate of 0.8%. So imagine, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, from 4.1%, nagbago sila 2.6%, but yung in reality, yung naging growth rate nila is only 0.8%. And that's why I'm also raising this particular issue because, again, we get about 20 tropical cyclones in our province alone, 700 million na po as of to date yung damages.
Well, in the case of metropolitan Bangkok, that's where a lot of the economy of Thailand is. Take over 50% of the.
So it would change if it happened here in Metro Manila.
If it happens in Metro Manila,
we should be worrying about it if we continue this reclamation behind us. I mean,
like what we had in the, I think Ondoy, Ondoy, like in the typhoon Ondoy, and I think that was so devastating. No? We don't want that. I think that's why we need to take seriously our investment in resilience. And that's a big part of the focus of
and that's why, Secretary, I'm sorry, then that's why it's important for the DBCC to look into programs like flood control programs, etc. And perhaps I would ask just one question. What would be the greatest accomplishment of the country in terms of flood control management? Ano ba talaga yung ginagawa ho natin? Because in our previous hearing, we found out that DPWH alone has a budget of 1 billion 79 million pesos per day. Per day po ito. Just for flood control, mitigating item. These are all palpak programs of the government because they never. Ako, it's getting worse in our own town in Bukawi. I've gone through a lot of interventions. Yun pong binabanggit kanina sa unprogrammed. Binanggit natin last year, sabi ng DPWH, they will address it. Sinama po nandun sa regular program. When the president signed the national budget, nawala po. And then I found out it was already in the unprogrammed. So siguro kung nandun sa program, kung sa regular yun, baka hindi ganun kalala. But I cannot say that as well. But I'm just saying, it's important that we evaluate this program. Next year, Mr. Secretary, they increase the budget of flood control by 17.5% increase. So again, if we will continue to do this without having an integrated flood control strategic plan, without us doing anything, whether or not itong mga reclamation na nangyayari ay hindi nakaka-apekto, at ito na nga, Senado mag-iimbestiga na, I think, in a couple of days. So, wala pa rin tayo. Back to...
Mr. Chair, if I may, a good place to start, I guess, is please pass the National Land Use Plan. Because without that plan, it's so difficult to the national land use, because now it's so difficult to plan for infrastructure and it's so costly because you can't you don't have a designated areas for roads, for highways, for railways, for housing, for it's I think that must be the priority if you really want to address this issue. And it's been languishing in Congress for, as I know, for decades. So please pass it.
I agree with you in some ways, Mr. Chairman. But I go back to my previous question. Itong mga projects na flood control, mitigating flood control programs, etc. May I know how these projects contributed to our GDP?
Before I recognize Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Guevara, just like to acknowledge the presence of our Committee Vice Chair, Senator Bongo. Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, you're raising your hand.
Please.
SS Hubert.
Yes, sir. Just to briefly explain what we're lacking at this point in time is the integrated water management. There's a move already to have a Department of Water in place. So.
You said News is getting excited with your state.
Yeah, but right at this point in time, what we're lacking is to monetize rainwater. We always look at deep well as a source of water, but we don't really realize that we need surface water for irrigation and for potable water. As we speak, there are moves already to look into it concretely and deeply. In fact, yours truly have been meeting with Secretary Babe Singson, IWRMO, LUA, NIA as well, to address this particular problem. No? Based on one congressman's computation, just for the last rainfall, brought by Typhoon Egay, if we just impound the water, we could have actually monetized it. We could have earned 15 billion. Just imagine if we could just use 15 billion for impound water, 15 billion, use it, and then use the revenue for more.
Sir, that's just 15 days. 15 days of DPWH flood control program projects. They have 1 billion a day, 1,079 million. Can you imagine? In 15 days, tapos na pala. Kung dun lang po nilalagay lahat. So again, thank you, DepSec. I appreciate your answer, but I'm still really passionate to find out, nakakatulong ba itong mga projects na ito na 1.79 billion pesos a day in our GDP? Considering that we're spending so much for what? Magdedredge ng konti tapos mawawala. Magpapatsi-patsi ng dike kunyari, babagsak na, wala na rin. I just don't know, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put that on record that I hope it's now is the right time to evaluate these items in the budget, because if I don't see anything concrete, anything that will be useful, Mr. Chairman, I will definitely do something about the budget of DPWGs with regard to flood control programs. I will end on that note, Mr. Chairman. I will let my colleagues take their time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, secretaries present here and heads of the agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We understand how passionate you are because of your home province is very much affected. Distinguished Majority Leader, thank you. Senator Marcos has 5 minutes left on her time, but I think Senator Cynthia wants to ask a question. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask a question to the USEC from Malacanang. Yeah, USEC Guevara. I know that you have created a group in Malacanang to manage water. You brought all the water agency and you created it under the office of the president, because don't expect that we will pass the Department of Water fast. So that thing which you created in Malacanang can do the job.
Yes, Madam Senator. In fact, it is on my own initiative that I gathered all those involved in the water. Pardon, Madam Chair, we don't have the name yet. It's an informal group that I tried to. We're not yet at that point in time, but everyone is in agreement that we need to have an integrated water management system in place.
To make a manifestation that sometimes flooding, you have to, if a project will result to flooding, you have to stop it. Kasi pag pinabayaan mo na yun, mahirap na i-solve yun afterwards. Like for example, for the last 20 years, I'm fighting for the non-reclamation of our part of Manila Bay because there are 4 rivers coming out of that part of Manila Bay. And if I cannot stop that, then there will be flooding in Las Piñas, Parañaque, and Bacoor. So part of the job also is to stop projects which can cause the flooding. It's not solving the flooding afterwards. You cannot solve that anymore if the thing has been done.
As we speak, Madam Chair, we are closely working with NIA and Integrated Water Management Resource Office precisely to address that particular issue of flooding. For the NIA, we'll have smaller dams. For WRM, we have impounding water containment areas for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to sorry, Sandra, is there anything in the 2024 budget which connects to what SDS Guevara said?
They have a budget, a program under the DPWH on water impounding.
Okay, we'll ask it during the DPWH budget. Yes, Senator Alan.
So Chairman, mahirap po yung walang pangalan. Tawagin muna nating H2O yung kanilang opisina.
So, Senator Marcos, yeah, you have 5 minutes left on your time, yeah.
Yes, I actually was concerned that among the issues that arose and this no doubt alarming slowdown in the second quarter, one of the clear mandates is that agricultural investment must ratchet up. by the looks of the budget, we only dedicate 2.8% of our budget to the DA, and we've actually decreased certain amounts, including the facilities for post-harvest, including the amounts for buffer stocking, which has been reduced from 12 to 9 billion, despite the fact that 36% of our most valuable rice land were jeopardized by the double typhoons. What's going on? Are we serious about providing food access to the poor here? It looks very much like business as usual. Wala po akong nakikitang bago, subalit alam naman natin, nakaka-alarma ng sitwasyon natin tungkol sa kakulangan ng pagkain at pagtaas ng presyo ng pagkain. At tulad nga ng sinabi ninyo, ang tinatamaan tuwing tataas ang presyo ng pagkain ay yung mahihirap, pagkat napakalawak ng kanilang gastos dyan, umaabot sa 60-70% ng budget. So, alin ba dito? Kasi ang nakita ko, kung business as usual lamang, wala namang mangyayari sa atin dyan sa access to food. Nabanggit kanina yung irigasyon, may increase ng 1 billion, kakarampot lang yun, mga utang din yun. Kasi naging 30 to 31 billion lang, wala namang halos. Apakaliit po kung seryoso tayo, 2.8% ang dedicated to food and agriculture. It's the same meager amount we've given in the past decades, and now we have the shortages to prove it.
If I may,
Yes po. Hindi counted sa
some of the big projects that we have recently approved for World Bank are for agriculture, and
Yes.
these are some of these have irrigation components.
Yes po. I'm aware of the irrigation programs, but as we are also both very well aware, they're very, very delayed and actually out of date.
Quality of irrigation also.
Yun na nga eh. So perhaps I'll just request for information, anything that has to do with agricultural investment. Ibig ko sabihin dito, wala naman akong makikita masyado sa irigasyon. Sabi ko nga, napanipis. Yung FMR, ang inaasahan na lang po namin sa lokal, yung PRDP, puro review, diri project. SOS. At andito din, yung mga buffer stocking na binabawasan pa ninyo. Alam ba ninyo na talagang binagyo po kami? Baka hindi napapabalita sa atin. So perhaps I'll just request a list beyond the DA, if you have anything. In the meantime, we're stuck with a very sparse 2.8% for food and agriculture. Yes, Senator Villar wants to make a manifestation.
I saw that the one you increase is the National Rice Program. Do you know that the National Rice Program, they use it to buy hybrid seedlings imported from abroad and inorganic fertilizer imported from abroad? When we can finance yung inbred seedlings made in the Philippines by PhilRice, and then we can give the Bureau of Soil and Water Management equipment so we can make our own organic fertilizer in the Philippines. And the livestock industry is complaining that they are producing organic fertilizer out of animal manure. Ayaw bilhin ng DA. Gusto nila mag-import ng inorganic fertilizer. So I'm just saying this because this is very local, but I want our policymaker to understand this, that yung National Rice Program natin masyadong dependent on imported, na dapat mag-depend tayo sa local production, like the inbred seedlings produced by PhilRice and the organic fertilizer being produced by the Bureau of Soil and Water Management instead of importation. So I just want you to make a policy on that para makatulong sa local production of fertilizer and also the local production of rice using our very own inbred seedlings by Phil Rice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a very good point by Senator Villar. I just want to share with the body what an agri-expert from, I forgot this name, professor from UP Los Baños said. With the law crafted by Senator Villar, the rice tarification law, there's a 10 billion fund that's there every year for mechanization. Sabi niya, sayang dyan is the karamihan or the great majority of the equipment we're buying is imported when we could actually start our own industry already. So I hope that's something our economic managers would look at. We want to put that into law in the Tatak Pinoy bill that we are drafting together with Senator Lawrence, Senator Aimee, Senator Majority Leader, Senator Pia. But this early, I think we can already make efforts in that because it's only we haven't had this kind of resources and so our mindset has to change. Not we have the makings of an incipient industry there that sayang naman yung opportunity, di ba?
Thank
I
you
hope we
very
can-
much.
Thank you for allowing the interjection, Senator Marcos.
Huling hirit na lang po. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I heard the last bidding of PhilMec. Disqualified all the Filipinos and a single Korean supplier was the winner. So there goes. Ang huli na lang po, maliban sa paghingi ng datos tungkol sa agricultural investment, sa infrastructure, ang hihingin po namin, yung sa jobs. Sa tingin ko, parang business as usual na naman. We're all very, very concerned and Secretary Balasacan has repeatedly stated the need and the urgency for the generation of high-quality, reliable jobs. And yet all I see is the same old nurse, which is dated 2021, which was for the recovery of the labor market post-pandemic. Pero ang nakalista doon, pare-pareho naman. Alam na natin yun, yung TESDA, yung DOLE, parang pare-pareho, wala namang pumbago. Business as usual to, kahit nagda-downward spiral ang ating economy. Ang abala lang yata dito, yung ADB, nakita ko, meron silang innovation 500 million, meron ding ship TVETs. Yun lang, 1 billion. Dalawa lang yun. Pero galing pa sa labas. Yung ating sarili na pera, wala naman pupunta sa trabaho. Alam naman natin, trabaho ay talagang pinaka-importante. Given the almost laughable unemployment numbers, pag nakita mo naman, talaga naman walang trabaho, kaya nga walang panggastos eh. Are there other programs that are actually new and do not derive from previous programs simply consolidated under TESDA and DOLE?
Under TESDA, Mr. Chair, it's the one that you mentioned. It's a new program under TESDA. But for other departments like DOLE, they don't have new programs as to
Parang
livelihood or
meron, yung
employment.
innovation, 500 million. My point being, wala ba tayong pangangamba na kulang tayo sa trabaho? Parang wala tayong pakialam pare-pareho lang Nabawasan pa nga yung gastos samantalang trabaho ang daing ng mamamayan.
We have the same initiatives from the departments based on the 2023 GAA.
Kaya nga
Opo.
yun na nga sinasabi ko, wala bang bago, wala bang mas masigasig, mas matinding job generation push kasi alam naman natin wala kang panggastos.
Yes,
Ang sakit nga tignan, ang 6% bumabagsak sa 4.3 sa isang quarter. Kitang-kita mo walang pera yung tao dahil walang trabaho.
Yes, ma'am. It is what the departments have submitted. It's the same programs that they have for
So there's
this year.
simply no sense of urgency or importance with regard to the departments. Kasalanan ng DOLE at TESDA. Kaya tiisin na lang natin. Ganun po ba?
Maybe we can ask Mr. Chair, the implementing agencies, if they have in their pipeline new programs.
During the
like
agency
employment.
budgets, yeah. And
Yes,
I think one possibility is the industrial policy we want to enunciate that prioritizes Filipino products, yung tatak Pinoy nga. Kasi, because that's, I think that's what Indonesia's done with respect to its minerals mining industry. They insisted on some value added, so incomes are up in that sector. Yeah,
If
go
I
ahead.
may add, Mr. Chair, we are also exploring on how we can engage the private sector in upskilling exercises. Yeah, a bit, but I think that
Paucity of private investment in the countryside is evident to all, no? So
Kahit
something.
nag-upskill ka, Sek, pag wala kang industriya, there's no
Wala.
industry existing.
that's
No one
why-
will hire them. You're just
that's-
educating for migration.
that's
diba?
why the private sector is so critical because they know what they are.
That's true.
What
We need a
they-
private
what they
sector-led
need, yeah.
industrial
But apparently,
policy.
we have been talking with them, but apparently we don't have yet the
Yeah.
institutional mechanism and in place that would allow.
Well, I'm
that
encouraged
kind of-
by the president setting up the PISAC because at least that starts the
Yes, that
dialogue
is a good
in very
start.
important strategic.
We are looking at the experiences of Singapore, for example, and India, and how the private sector through a PPP arrangements could work closely with government to develop skills for fast-moving industries like.
Yes, Secretary, our own region is rife with examples, successful stories of how jobs were created very, very quickly. But I don't see any sense of urgency in the budget right now, given that there's hardly any additional commitment to training, to skills generation, market matching, all the usual job generation efforts seem to be absent. Parang pareho pa lang. Ganun din. Kaya siguro dapat tutukan natin ng konti. Yun lang, hihingi lang ako ng information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Marcos, for the very good questions. Now we have Senior Vice Chair Senator Pia Cayetano. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I want to be able to give you a walking and a restroom break, so I think I'll have to be very short before we are called to session at 3:30, which makes my questions really very, very short. But I'd like to commend the DBCC team for choosing a title that they know will make me happy, and Senator Loren, securing a future-proof and sustainable economy. So dun pa lang, Mr. Chairman, di na ako magtatanong. Di sila makapaniwala. So actually, hindi lang tanong, no? I'll just make a few statements. As our colleagues know, it's our committee, the Committee on Sustainable Development, Goals, Innovation, Futures Thinking, that really tries to tie in everything that government is doing. So I'd like to throw you a few examples of work that we have been doing, precisely because sometimes there's no one really leading the show, no? And this is where I'd like to bring it back, probably to NEDA. So nakalagay sa presentation nyo, sustainable cities and communities. I love it. I want that to happen. I won't use the time na to ask you, so how exactly will that happen? Because obviously I have a wish list. On my wish list is access to clean water, 11 million Filipinos. I've had 2 hearings. I was going to interject, but everybody was nakapila. I've had 2 hearings already on the future of water for the Philippines, and the plans that were given to me, I'll tell you now, will fall short. There is just no way. People will continue to not have enough access to water. So I've been tasked by the Senate President, while pending whether magka-department o hindi, our committee will have this hearing so we can have more discussions on this, on what we have to do. Because malayong. I'm telling you now, malayo. Either our children or our grandchildren will have a lot of difficulty accessing clean water. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be available to all. So I'll leave that statement there. And then the other thing that I'd like to point out is, obviously, when you talk about sustainable cities, I'd say top of our list is food security, decent housing, healthcare, education, right? And obviously a lot more. But I would say that's clear enough. So the question I want to ask is simply, enough has been said. There's a lot of experts here on agricultural security. When I look at, obviously we will need good food for people to be healthy. And I'll tie it in now. Pagdating sa health sector, we always talk about the shortage of nurses. And I'm also having that hearing now. We've had two or three hearings already on our health, human resource sustainability. We only talk about the nursing shortage, but we have a shortage of pharmacists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, everything that makes a health system sustainable. We have a shortage. Who's taking the lead? CHED, DOH. I would like to recommend that it be NEDA-led, no? Because they're each just looking at their own little, like if we don't keep pushing CHED, they already have their hands full. If we don't keep pushing DOH, they also have their hands full with the nursing. So we really, really need a leader in this area, dear colleagues, because we will also fall short. We will not be able to sustain a healthy country. And my final example of tying this all in, we talk about food security, we talk about health. How true is it that there is a lot of movement to convert current rice lands to tobacco production? How sustainable is that? Is that good for, is that an easier cash generating measure? But is it a healthier product to be producing for our people? Hindi ba when you engage in tobacco, even the tobacco on the hands of the farmers is not healthy for them? So that really, really bothers me to hear that there is this is going on. My seatmate has the answer. So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, Senator Villar would like to answer my question.
There is a lot of export now to the US because they're using the tobacco to wrap the kasi na-legalize na ang marijuana sa US and they're using the tobacco to wrap the marijuana.
Correct.
So, there's a lot of export to the US of tobacco leaves. That's the reason why in the northern Luzon they are planting tobacco, but it's not to replace rice. It's just
They are awaiting the legalization of marijuana here.
US. So they export the leaves to the US. Kasi I met with them and they're very happy about it. They are exporting a lot to US. You even told me that, di ba?
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we have maybe a minute and then we, with your permissions, Your Honor.
But regardless, I pose the question: is that what we want? It's income generating clearly. Is that what we want? Because I know for a fact, ako nang magsasabi na yung nakausap ko na very much involved in north of Metro Manila, in danger yung rice production areas dedicated to rice production for this. So I posed that question. Is that what you want? On that note, Mr. Chairman, you know me, I'm a time-abiding senator. I have more questions.
We assure you you'll be first in the queue
But
tomorrow morning, Your Honor.
tomorrow, so I will pass my questions to my brother who will.
Well, he's also been waiting, so yes, we'll put him also at the front of the queue along with Senator Cynthia, Senator Win, Senator Risa, who've been waiting patiently. Yeah. And Senator Bong, you want to ask something? One question? Yeah, go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Just one question lang po, Mr. Chairman. To the DBM po, this year is the last year of the implementation of Republic Act 11466 or the Salary Standardization 5. Ito po yung ipinasa natin during the Duterte administration. Dahil na rin po sa pagtaas ng mga presyo ng bilihin, isinusulong natin na magkaroon po ng SSL 6 para tuloy-tuloy ang pag-increase ng sweldo ng ating mga civil servants. I understand the next round of salary increase is already under study.
Yes.
Kung sakaling maaprubahan po ito, ang SSL 6 ngayong taon, may sapat na budget po ba tayo para sa 2024? I heard na meron ho kayong na earmark na 16 billion for this.
16.95 billion, Mr. Chair.
So, kailangan ba tayo magpasa muli ng salary standardization 6 nito?
Yes po, Mr. Chair, assuming we already have the study from the results of the study of the GCG po.
So ano hong mako-cover nito? Question lang po to Yusek Janet Abuel. Ma'am, Yung salary standardization 5, magkano po yung inilaan natin nung 2019 dito o 2020? Yung fifth tranche po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. About 33 billion po yung sa first tranche, but for the entire four tranches po, about 133 billion. But that was allocated per year.
So ito pong 16 billion, ma'am. Is it enough? Kulang?
Po, but we have po doon sa MPBF po. Meron po kasing other compensation na lump sum fund. Pwede pa po siya gamitin. Pwede po i-access yung lump sum fund na yon if magkulang po yung 16.95 billion.
So possible pong magpasa tayo ng bagong salary standardization 6 ito? O antay na lang kami sa inyo.
Wait po kami nung study. According to GCG, they will have the results by October po.
Sige po. Maraming salamat at inaabangan ito ng ating mga government workers. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Go. So I think we'll suspend the hearing momentarily until 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you to Sec Ben, Sec Mina, Sec RC, and the Governor Eli for patiently answering our questions. Salamat po. Good afternoon to everyone.